For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Protection upon those who serve and protect this county, state, and nation. Bless now our leaders. Give them your wisdom and your direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda, 22-05.
Speak up a little bit, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda, 22-0592, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by a county commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have clerical errors on the consent agenda. First item, 22059.
What page?
On page 2, 22-0593, the proclamation recognizing Frederick Douglass High School class of 1970 Appreciation Day. That proclamation was sponsored by Commissioner Hall. We had to include her as a sponsor. On page 4, 22-594, the Fulton County Arts Council. This item was revised to show the current members and term. No further.
That's it for the consent agenda?
Yes.
Anything else, Commissioners? All right, on page 6, it's still consent agenda, correct?
Yes.
All right, 22-0599. I'd like to have that one removed.
Your nomination?
Yes.
Okay.
Just your nomination, not mine.
Just mine. Is yours?
Yeah, that's a
just mine.
combined item is the reason I want to
I'm
clarify
sorry.
that.
Let's divide those. I'd like mine removed.
Okay.
All right.
Yours
Thank
to
you.
stay.
Yeah. All right, any other items on the consent agenda? All right, let's vote, please. Actually, there was a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, and was seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
As amended.
As amended.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, Regular meeting agenda, 22-0623, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. On page 11, proclamations and certificates, 22-0625, we're removing 2 proclamations. First proclamation is recognizing Temple Lester Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Remove.
Remove. Also removing the proclamation recognizing Reginald Reggie Thompson Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Remove.
Removed.
Okay.
And on page 16, 22-0645, request approval of a resolution approving funding in support of the West Spring Living. We're adding Commissioner Vice Chairman Hausman as a co-sponsor.
All right. Any other items? Where is the COVID report? All right, on page 14, on the COVID report, the managers will be arriving a little late, so we'll take that COVID report towards the end of the meeting, if there are no objections. All right, motion to approve as amended by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Hausman. Please vote on the agenda as amended.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0624, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, August 3rd, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, August 17th, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0625, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Minority Business Opportunity Week, sponsored by Chairman Pitts with full board support.
Right behind me. All right. Hey, good morning. Good. Absolutely. All right. Is that everyone? All right. Come on over. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation, sponsored by our chair and vice chair, Liz Hausman. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council, Georgia's leading small business development and supplier diversity organization, has certified minority business enterprise firms develop their capability, capacity, and competency, and facilitated partnerships with corporations and governments in need of their goods and services for 47 years. And whereas in 2012, the GMSDC entered into a partnership with Fulton County government in which the Fulton Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance utilizes GMSDC certification to register an MBE firm within the county's purchasing system, which abbreviates the application process to 1 page and eliminates redundant paperwork. And whereas the GMSDC continues to support Georgia's MBE firms through its various signature events and educational programs designed to provide opportunities for growth, success, and long-term sustainability. And whereas during the week of September 19th through the 23rd, 2022, you are so excited over here, the GMSDC will host its annual Business Opportunity Exchange to stimulate opportunities and explore ways for minority businesses to do business with corporate and governmental supply chains. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends the business opportunities extended by the GMSDC and honors the achievements of minority businesses and their importance to our economy, and does hereby proclaim the week of September 19th through the 23rd, 2022 as Minority Business Opportunity Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. Yeah, I can tell.
She's making comments about me being excited. I am excited because we've had a partnership with 10 years with Fulton County, and their support and commitment to helping minority businesses is just, I am grateful. You have no idea. So Ms. Emily Yang prepared some words, so I'm going to read her words as I was told to do. Thank you for your support of Minority Business Opportunity Week. Our council works to help minority businesses engage with corporate supply chains and government supply chains all over the great state. I will tell you, Savannah, Columbus, Augusta, all participating. Our governor is in full support. He's going to be doing a video launching the week, so everybody is committed and focused on minority businesses. This is especially true in the case where we are trusted stewards of tax dollars and local businesses and individuals. Minority Business Opportunity Week is designated to amplify the role minority businesses play in our economy and encourage corporate and government supply chains to work harder to level the playing field. Last year, we commissioned several studies on minority business, both nationally and in Georgia, and one of the findings shows that even though minority businesses are experiencing steady growth, it will take us 100 years for minority businesses to achieve economic parity if we continue at our current rate. The good news is that part of this study showed that if corporate and government entities increase their spend by 1%, again, 1% a year, we can achieve economic parity in 15 years. We've recently launched the 1% Pledge Initiative, where we're encouraging our members to increase their 1% annually. We would love for Fulton County to take that pledge, to participate, and make that commitment to help us ultimately level the economic playing field. Again, thank you, I am grateful. Okay, absolutely.
The next proclamation is recognizing Perrin Bostic Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Perrin Bostic and Perrin, it is a pleasure to honor you and the work you've been doing in the community, and especially your work with our current Senator, Reverend Raphael Warnock. And to celebrate your birthday was just a treat and an honor. And the proclamation reads, whereas Perrin Bostic is a graduate of Jackson State University in Jackson, Mississippi, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Healthcare Administration, and he is a graduate of Georgia State University, where he earned a master's degree in Public Administration. And whereas Perrin Bostic is the Northwest Georgia Outreach Representative for United States Senator Raphael Warnock, and he previously served as Policy Liaison and Director of Constituent Services for Atlanta City Council District 3. And whereas Perrin has served as an organizer for Pro Georgia and a graduate coordinator for 100 Black Men of America Incorporated, as an advocate for justice and social transformation, he has served on the Atlanta Advisory Board of Aid Atlanta, an organization focused on meeting the healthcare needs of some of Atlanta's most vulnerable communities. And whereas Perrin recognizes the importance of cultivating relationships and has built a career focused on uplifting marginalized communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Perrin Bostic for his tireless work as a public servant, celebrates with him and his family on the occasion of his 30th birthday, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 31st, 2022 as Perrin Bostic Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Perrin.
Good morning. I just want to say thank you to Fulton County Commissioner Natalie Hall and her esteemed colleagues here at the Board of Commissioners. As someone who's behind the scenes, you never expect for people to recognize the work that you're doing. So I'm really appreciative of the honor here in Fulton County. My mother is an 11th grade U.S. history teacher, and so I learned early how important government was in serving and helping people. And that's what my mission and my life's purpose has been about, helping folks right here in Fulton County, and I'll continue to do so. So just thank you again. It means a lot to be recognized. It was completely unexpected, so thank you.
The last proclamation is recognized in Sebastian K. Smith Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Sebastian and your family, representatives with you. You want to stand here? Okay, all righty. Sebastian K. Smith is a LGBTQ social justice advocate and activist. And at the culmination of Black Pride, I thought it was more than necessary to celebrate the work that Sebastian has done as an advocate and activist, consultant, public speaker, and certified health educator. And whereas Sebastian is the organizing director at the National Center for Transgender Equality and the vice president of the I Am Human Foundation, where he works in the health education, resource coordination, and outreach and linkage to care capacity at the organizations, and whereas Sebastian is pursuing a Bachelor's of Science degree in public health with a goal of specializing in transgender health care and public health factors that affect the lives of transgender and non-binary communities, and whereas Sebastian's advocacy work is deeply rooted in his love for gender diverse communities, and he volunteers his time and holds a position on the board of directors with Black Trans Men Incorporated and maintains leadership roles in the Black Trans Advocacy Coalition and serves on the board of directors for several other nonprofit and Black trans-led organizations. And where Sebastian was crowned Mr. Black Trans International in 2018 and in 2019, and was awarded their Man of the Year, and in 2021, he was named one of Out Georgia Business Alliance most influential Georgians among many, many others esteemed achievements and accolades over the year, has done so much work in the LGBT community and the community, greater community as a whole. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Sebastian K. Smith for his commitment to the health and well-being of transgender citizens in Fulton County and beyond, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, September 7, 2022, as Sebastian K. Smith Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you.
Whew.
I'm gonna take my 3 minutes though. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There are no words big enough to express my gratitude for receiving this amazing honor today. Thank you, Commissioner Khadija, your staff, and the Board of Commissioners for seeing me, for seeing the transgender community all across the world that in the world often invalidates us, silences us, and attempts to erase our entire existence. Special thanks goes to my wife and my life partner who gets to see me and love me through the raw, unedited, and tough moments. I realize having to share me with the world is often not easy, but on days like today, I'm reminded why I'm so grateful for you and I appreciate all of your sacrifices. This proclamation is not for me. It is for my Black and trans ancestors because it is upon their shoulders that I stood for many years to do this work. It is for the faces that look like mine, that share the same lived experiences and have endured the same hurt, pain, joy, and victories that I have. It is for all the trans masculine folks who are often told what we cannot do and who we cannot be. It is for the Black trans women who are fighting for their lives at this very moment. It is for the young person that is struggling, trying to navigate through their gender identity in an unsafe and unhealthy environment. This list could go on, but it is for these people, the most marginalized of us, that I draw strength from. And without their love and trust, I would not be standing confidently here today. I also stand here knowing trans people, especially our youth, our babies, are under attack in every area of life. So while I'm humble for this recognition, please understand that underneath this smile, there's anxiousness, nervousness, optimism, and hope that our society will soon recognize and realize that trans people are human beings too, that also deserve the same access to freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I cannot miss this opportunity to end today with a call to action. Remember, it is your duty. It is your duty as allies and supporters of trans communities to actively advocate for trans lives. We must continue to hold each other accountable to doing just that, especially in rooms and at tables where decisions are being made for trans people, but there are no trans people in the room or at those tables. Make no mistake, as I continuously quote our great leader of the movement for equal rights for all Black people, Dr. MLK Jr., until all of us are free, none of us will be free. Thank you again, Commissioner Khadija, District 6 and the board. Thank you to my higher power for continuing to guide my footsteps in creating this path for me long before I knew what the assignment was. Again, thank you to my friends and my family and my colleagues who are here today to join me. It's for you that I fight for our total liberation, and I will continue the good fight. I took my whole 3 minutes.
It was well worth it.
Good, we did good. Thank y'all very much. 10:23. All right. Madam Clerk.
On page 12, public hearings. 22-0626, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 12 speaker cards. Will the first 6 speakers please come down?
All right.
Kyle Wade, Greg Fan, Matt Rowanzak, David Clements, Candy Muldowney, and Kevin Muldowney.
All right, as always, when you have 2 minutes, strike that. I always say, when you have 15 seconds remaining, rather, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that's your cue to begin to conclude your remarks. It is 10:25.
All right, good morning. My name's Kyle Wade. I'm the CEO of the Atlanta Community Food Bank, and I'm here today to briefly publicly thank Solicitor General Keith Gamage, his team, and all of you for your support of a unique partnership that we have formed with the Solicitor General's office over the past year or so. Our food bank is one of the largest hunger relief organizations in the country. We work with a network of 700 partners across 29 counties to provide about 80 million meals to families in need across our region. We saw during the pandemic a massive increase in food insecurity across Fulton County and the entire North Georgia region. At the same time, we saw, due to the disruptions created by the pandemic, a big backlog in public safety cases that created a lot of trouble and that needed to be resolved by the Solicitor General's office. We came together at Solicitor General Gamage's idea to develop a unique partnership to advance public safety and improve food security at the same time, and created the program Operation Feed Fulton, which allows folks who have committed low-level public safety offenses to, instead of going through the court process, make a contribution to the Atlanta Community Food Bank of $75. That program so far has allowed about 850 individuals to make $65,000 worth of donations, providing some 230,000
15
meals
seconds.
to people in need across our community. And it's made a huge difference both for us and for the backlog of cases. So we thank you, we thank Solicitor General Gamage for creating this innovative program, and look forward to growing it in the years to come. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Greg Fan, and I'm not here today to represent the union. I'm here today as the president of the South Fulton Ministerial Alliance, and I'm here to speak on a human rights issue in terms of humanity. You guys, when I heard on the news that Wellstar was closing down the hospital, I was flabbergasted. We've shut down hospitals in East Point, Wellstar has, and shutting out a major trauma center in the 4th Ward. Grady's, you fund Grady's to help people because you understand that people need health care. We need your help and your assistance as the citizens of Fulton County to look into what you can do to help keep that trauma center open. We have major car accidents. People are brought from all over the state to Grady's. And Grady was sending them to Atlanta Medical Center because they couldn't hold anymore. But if that center is closed down, people are being shot. We got gunshots. People are getting shot every day. That's a trauma case. We're having major car accidents. That's a trauma case. Where are these people going to go? We need your help. We need your assistance. And I want to thank Commissioner Hall for meeting with us and talking to us about this issue because we need your help, Commissioners. Whatever you can do, please do it to help the citizens of Fulton County. Well, God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless America. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. This morning, I want to share with you something that I think was missing.
State your name, please, sir.
Matt Rowanzak, Fulton County resident. It was probably missing from the proclamations. We do a lot of proclamations every meeting, correct? This weekend, is September 11th. And I know this isn't a new event, but have we celebrated the thousands of lives that are from Georgia, specifically Fulton County, in the last 20 years? Or have we celebrated any that lost their lives after September 11th? So we come here in a routine and we say the Pledge of Allegiance, right? But do we actually practice what we preach? And I did not see that this morning. To me, that is a red flag and a major issue. And maybe this is also why this board fails to address the illegal voting system that is currently being used in this county and many others. Today we know that all of us, we as voters, we cannot verify our vote. Commissioner Arrington, you couldn't vote for yourself this past primary. I agree with you. There are major issues that have not been addressed. And I would ask even the county attorney, there are violations in addition to state law that we know has been confirmed by Curling v. Raffensperger, by a federal judge, that the voter cannot verify their own vote. That's on top of the PHMSA and the HAVA and the federal law violations that are already out there. So my question is, what are we doing about it? CISA came out with all their vulnerabilities that were published recently. I don't think any of those have been addressed.
15 seconds.
So at the end of the day, a recent Rasmussen poll said 59% of Americans can no longer trust our elections. That should be a siren and alarm for immediate action. You do have the authority, despite many counties that deflect. Please take action. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm David Clements.
All right, just a minute. So may I ask you to lower those placards and signs, please? Thank you. Our rules. Thank you. Okay.
This morning
You have the, go ahead.
This morning we opened up with an invocation, and it was interesting that that invocation did not identify which God we were appealing to, the nameless, faceless entity. I serve Christ. Christ. And Christ has a standard. Christ has a standard on what is righteous and what is not. And we talk about proclamations of civil rights issues for folks that want to poison the minds of our children. We're going to give a proclamation for that, but the greatest civil rights issue that faces every American, you want to talk about parity, you want to talk about equal standing, the right to vote. The right to vote, our voices. And yet we are voiceless. Your constituents feel voiceless. When you have 59% of all voters that believe that the last election was stolen, and we do nothing about it to restore public confidence. Folks, we know the election was stolen. We know that you know the election was stolen.
Okay.
By a person, if you're going to give me the comment or not. But if we're going to silence people with their First Amendment rights to put up a sign to speak to you, we're tired of being shut out. We're tired of being silenced. And we won't be silenced. Do your jobs to help restore public trust in these elections. We demand it. This is the civil rights issue of our time. And dominion is aptly named. We are all under dominion.
15 seconds.
Slavery. This is slavery. And what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Just stare and act like nothing's wrong. Shame on Fulton County. This is the hell of elections.
All right. Just one moment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. Our rules of the Board of Commissioners do not allow for outbursts or placards or clapping of anything of that nature during our meeting. So I would ask you to respect the rules and regulations and the decorum of this body. You work for us. Yes. You have the floor, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is Candy Muldowney. As you know, CISA released a report detailing 9 separate vulnerabilities affecting the Dominion voting systems. These are the same systems used all across Georgia. These vulnerabilities can be used to exploit and insert malicious code, effectively putting the systems and the data, our votes, at risk. If, like other boards, you may think you claim you have no control, I point out OCGA 21-2-366. It says, you, as the governing authority of Fulton County, have the authority to direct the use of the voting machines. Do not waste our time saying you have to do what you're told by the Secretary of State's office. You all took oaths that commit you to lawfully make decisions on behalf of the people of Fulton. You know now there are serious risks inherent in these machines, and you know the laws that the machines violate. You know the statute that gives you the authority to change all this. Either do the right thing and get rid of the machines, go to paper ballots, or resign your seat and let other patriots do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay. I'm trying to be patient, so please bear with us. Sir, you have the floor.
Hi, Kevin Muldowney, a Fulton County resident. These voting machines are expensive, vulnerable, and overly complicated. I worked as a poll worker. Most of our duties centered on recording the details of the machines, not recording the actual voting results. France employs simple paper ballots tabulated by the individual precinct workers, of which we have many, and produces verifiable same-day election results. As mentioned earlier, a recent poll shows that the majority of Americans do not trust our election results. We need to simplify. Also, as mentioned, the Secretary of State really can't call the shots. You guys, the county level, has the authority. I believe that's in Georgia Code 21-2-366. When it comes to a process as important as voting, our motto needs to be, keep it simple, stupid, and paper ballots will do this. Thank you.
Next 6 speakers in Assembly Hall, Lucia Frazier, Jason Frazier, Michelle Sarkeesian, Derek Blasingame, Brett Cromie, and Mark Wilburn.
Good morning, Lucia Frazier. I just want to thank you guys, first of all, for your vote to roll back the millage rate. That was great. This is a first step towards incentivizing cost reductions in all our departments. Now it's time to create more incentives for all the staff to implement cost reductions. This could be like pay bonuses or extra vacation day, just something to help us pull everything in. There's still the really big issue of overspending in our elections department. With all the uncertainty of digital data due to ease of manipulation, why are we still spending so much money on fancy machines that aren't even locked out to protect people's votes? The paper ballot process was used everywhere until recently. So the process is already defined. We must have the votes cast and then hand counted in the precinct right after the close. That way everything is closed loop. Please do your due diligence and help close all these open holes and make Fulton County the first and the best county gold standard of closed loop elections. I think there's a path to do this. I mean, there's a lot of things that don't look good for us right now. I know you guys are really focused on a lot of other things right now. There's a lot of people focus. I really appreciate and I'm proud to be born and raised here. And I'm proud of all the proclamations that come up. I'm proud of all the minorities, businesses that have come up. But I'm gonna say, I don't really think there's minorities anymore. I think there's a mix of everybody here. There's a mix of everybody that has done awesome accomplishments. I've seen people of every color and culture at the top, along my side, everywhere. So
15 seconds.
let's just focus more on what's honorable and what isn't. People are honorable or not, of every color. Thank you.
Jason Frazier with Fulton County. Today I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on some of the fun that I have found in the Fulton County voter rolls. As some of you know, I've submitted about 17,000 voter roll challenges in Fulton County. I've looked at voter rolls across the state. Fulton County is by far the worst, the easiest one. I mean, you throw a dart at the rolls and you find a problem. The biggest bucket that I have found are people registered 2, 3, 4, and I even found one guy registered 5 times, same name, same address, same birth year. But they also play a lot of sneaky games like incrementing birth year by 1, and some fun things like that. But that was about 13,000 of these. I've also found almost 500 people with no date of birth. I don't know if they're 12 years old, 50 years old. Fun thing is Fulton County doesn't either, but they allowed 87 of those people to vote without a birth year. Who's verifying this? How is that even possible? Kind of makes you wonder. Also found 2012 people lived at Missing Address Street. They didn't even have an address. What precinct are they in? Who knows? They shouldn't be adding people without a birth year, without an address. They're also adding a lot of people at P.O. boxes, UPS stores. That makes it very difficult to track when somebody moves. It makes it difficult to track what precinct they're in. I mean, if I want my buddies to win, I just have everybody register at the UPS store down the street. We shouldn't be allowing this. But I turned in a little over 1,000 people at business addresses, and then lo and behold, I get the new voter rolls last week, and they added more to the UPS store down the street from my house. So I'm going to have to challenge again. I mean, this is like Groundhog Day. They just keep adding more. Duplicate registrations, hundreds more duplicate registrations added every single month. I'm going to be turning them in again and again. But if you want to save money, add people once.
All right,
Add
15
people in the right
seconds.
spot. And that would save a lot of money. Right now, we're spending about $50 per person. I'll get off 10,000 people that shouldn't be on the rolls. That's a big savings. You guys need to do your jobs. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning. My name's Michelle Sarkeesian. I'm a Fulton County resident. Last evening, the Cherokee County Commission allowed speakers to defer their minutes to your previous speaker, David Clemens, because hundreds and hundreds came out to support election integrity, as they know our election systems are corrupted. We wish you would have allowed the same. Anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear knows with absolute certainty that we have been forced to vote via illegal machines. Just note Curling versus Raffensperger lawsuit. We have been respectful in our requests for you to do your job, and we are tired of passing the buck and wasting our tax dollars on bad processes and horrid machines. To be clear, I am not an election denier. I am a law-abiding defender of election integrity. I only ask, along with masses across the country, for you to do likewise. You have the power and you have the influence. Use both for honorable election integrity, or frankly, resign.
Derek Blassingame here. I appreciate the opportunity to address this Board of County Commissioners. I'm here to remind the chairman.
Excuse me.
I'm here to remind the chairman
that
that my time is going.
State your name.
My name is Derek Blassingame. I'm a resident of Fulton County, City of Atlanta. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment or prohibiting the free speech thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. The United States is a constitutional republic, and this government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, Mr. Chairman, I watched you go through 17 proclamations, and you did not tell that they could not clap or couldn't participate, but yet you want to restrict the right of the citizens of Fulton County to come down here to petition this government for a redress of grievances, and you want to deny us our First Amendment right. I hold you in contempt. The second thing I want to address today is that we need to reform our law enforcement system in this county. I'm calling for the consolidation of the Fulton County Marshal's Office, the Fulton County Police, and to consolidate those entities with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department in order so we have a strong law enforcement presence throughout this county. I'm also for paper ballots. This county has seen fraud after fraud after fraud after election after election, and it's time that we go back to paper ballots so that we can ensure election integrity in Fulton County. I am also calling for the review and audit of the Central Library of Atlanta, Fulton County, because it's a drain on our resources. They have very low circulation. The director is not leading. Finally, I also want to indicate that this county has spent years making this county work for homosexuals and members of the LGBTQ community respectfully.
15
It
seconds.
is time that we make this county work for heterosexuals, married individuals, and couples. Derek Blasingame, the government watchdog.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. In all my years, I don't think I've ever had a group come before this body did not agree to obey our rules and regulations. This is a first for us. You have the floor. You have the floor.
My name is Brett Cromie. I'm from Fulton County. First, I want to publicly acknowledge and personally show appreciation for your decision to do a full rollback of the millage rate at last month's meeting. This was the correct decision. It was appropriate. And maybe most importantly, it was bipartisan. It should have been 7-0. I was shocked and dismayed that my own commissioner didn't have the courage to vote for a full rollback. That won't be forgotten when it is time for re-election. Today we have another bipartisan issue of interest in Fulton County, and that's regarding election integrity. This is clearly a bipartisan issue that everyone should support. In 2016, it was Stacey Abrams and her supporters who were disappointed and concerned with the election results. In 2020, it was the Republicans. Today, more than half of all Americans have concerns about elections and don't believe the next election will be free and fair. There's a lack of faith in voting in Fulton County due to many factors, but especially the Dominion voting machines. It is well past time to dump the corruptible voting machines. It's illegal to vote on machines in Georgia. This has been upheld by the courts, and it's time to create a voting system so all Georgians can trust the results. We need to vote on paper and verify these votes are correctly counted with hand recounts and inspection of all ballots. Thank you.
Anyone else? That's it. No further speakers in the Assembly Hall.
Speakers in Assembly Hall. We have 4 speakers on Zoom and 1 emailed in comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Rob Cunningham.
Good morning, Rob Cunningham, Fulton County resident. Thank you for hearing me today. No elected officer, no matter how high an office they may hold in the state of Georgia, can invalidate your oath. No one outranks you in this regard. No matter how many millions of legal codes or statutes or rules or mandates or ordinances or acts written since our Constitution was founded, nothing cancels or dilutes our constitutional laws. At issue here today is our true law and true rights, and your oath to us and God is to know, support, and defend our laws. Our Constitution is written in clear, easy to read, direct language for every citizen to easily understand. Every Georgian, I dare say, will stand 100% with each of you who will boldly affirm our inherited right to lawful, constitutional, fair, and honest elections. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. That was written by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As our voter rolls exist today, they are not certifiable. The machines are not certifiable.
15 seconds.
Federal law requests that you attest certification of our machines before the election, and if you do not, and our election is certified without verification, it is a felony. Please do your jobs.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. I share with you my intended communique to Ms. Anna Roach, Director of the Atlanta Regional Commission. Director Roach, I beseech you, help under the glibness and shrewdness of present and past administrators of senior citizen affairs in Fulton County, citizen participation has been brought to its knees regarding the elderly. We hear not a word from the Commission on Disability Affairs. The Council on Aging, which has been the recipient of county resources for decades, has been allowed to go down in flames without a county audit. The Commission on Elder Affairs has been guided and goaded into performing perfunctory and dilatory tasks such as tinkering with its mission statement, voting to no longer meet during the months of December, and recreating committees without reaching out and involving the myriad senior citizens here in Fulton County. Director Roach, I beseech you, help.
The next person to speak is Athena Shuffett. Okay. The next person to speak is Lisa Jacqua. With that said, that concludes the Zoom public comment.
Anything else?
We have one emailed in comment.
One email.
Yes, sir. One email comment. It is from Susan Ortegas. You have been entrusted to hold the purse strings of our money. You are accountable for how you are spending our money. Election spending is bloated in Fulton County compared to other counties similar in size. I recognize Fulton County was the laughingstock around the world for the last primaries, so you might think throwing more money at the problem is going to fix it. The problem begins with expensive machines that cannot be trusted. Voting on paper ballots would be cheaper, require less education and training for poll workers, and restore the public trust in our elections. Instead of looking at the obvious, you throw money at the problem by adding more polling places, which were not justified by the number of voters in those precincts. You also throw our money out by extending voting hours. All this is with the idea of expanding voter access. Never a thought is given to the real problem, election integrity, nor this added burden on the poll workers. When the polls were open at 9 to 6, I had to be there at 7 a.m. as the assistant manager. Now, if the polls are open 7 to 7, you are asking managers to be at the polls at 5 a.m. for 3 weeks without a day off, and clerks at 6 a.m. This is an undue burden. You also cost the taxpayers by keeping the rolls bloated. Every fake voter on those rolls is figured into our calculation of how many polling locations need to be open. One good thing that you have going for Fulton County is free labor for those helping to clean up the rolls, and yet they are considered a burden to the elections department. This concludes the email comments.
Any further? All right. We have 2 minutes to spare. Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 12, County Manager's Renewal Action Items, under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0627, Real Estate and Asset Management.
All right. Excuse me, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the next 8 items are all renewals, and if there are no objections, I'd like to take those as one vote unless there is one that you'd like to have discuss separately. Anyone to hold down to take them? There are 8 of them. The next 8 are all renewing existing contracts. You got one?
Mr. Chair, I don't agree that we should take them all together. I just have one question.
Okay, which one?
On 629.
629.
And it actually, the question can apply to many other agenda items that we have seen come before us because it's related to the gasoline prices.
Okay, Commissioner Ellis?
Mr. Chair, I would just ask us to probably just, I think we can move through them quickly, but I think they should be done separately.
Okay, no problem. All right, Madam Clerk, we take them separately.
622-0627, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide mail services countywide.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any questions, comments? If not, let's vote.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis?
So just a quick question. This is going to be a recurring question. On 0627, I do notice, and I'm just trying to get a sense of this, I think it's important as we begin to look at our renewals. That's part of the reason why I wanted to separate these out, that we start to get a sense of what we're seeing. Where's our purchasing folks at here today? Do we have purchasing here?
Ms. Strong Whitaker, where is she?
And maybe finance can answer this. I don't know, but I'd like to sort of get a sense of what we're seeing in terms of just increases on these individual contracts. I'm looking at this one, and I know sometimes these are up to amounts which we may not spend or whatever, but it looks like the full amount on this one is up $23,000. Is that correct on this particular item in terms of, I'm asking about increase on renewal costs on contracts. If there's a way for us to begin to identify and sort of call these out as where these renewal contracts are coming up, I think it would be helpful a little more clearly.
Did you hear the question, Ms. Strong Whitaker?
I'm sorry, I missed some of the question.
So my question on this, in 0627, it looks like the renewal amount here is 318,384. Did I read that correct? That's up 23,584 from the prior.
Right, the original
Okay, so the increase in this contract, I'm trying to get a sense of what we're seeing in terms of just increase in costs on contracts. So this is 7.4% on this particular one?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
I'm sorry.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0628, request approval to renew existing contract to provide landfill post-closure services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Same thing.
Similar question. I'm calculating this would be about 7.1%. This is a $50,000 increase. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, I believe you're going to see average increases up to 10 to 15% on a lot of the renewals because of various CPI increases, labor chain issues. And so we have asked the departments to look at all of the contract renewals to make sure and approve those contract renewal amounts before we presented them to you all.
All right, thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, 22-0629, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide bus and shuttle services for Fulton County employees and jurors.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
My question is related to the fuel costs because we have continuously seen these agenda items come before us where they are increasing due to the high fuel cost. And we have recently seen those gas prices decline. And so are we going to also see some of these decline as well with the gas prices declining because the fuel cost is no longer going to be an issue anymore?
So before I will answer, and then I'm going to defer to Mr. Joe Davis. But in regard to a lot of these contracts, they're an amount not to exceed, which means we may not need to use all of these spending authority, but we're requesting it based on the best information we have at this time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you. I just want to comment on the gas prices. I don't think we really know what's going to happen with gas prices. You know, right now, we're not paying the sales tax, the state sales tax on gas, and so that probably will not last forever. Plus, still a good $1 more a gallon than it was, you know, the beginning of 2021. So I don't know that we could, with confidence, say that that is going to continue to go down.
Okay, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis.
Commissioner Ellis, I was just going to also thank you because I didn't have to cover the renewal cost question because you did. Thank you.
One further just comment, I guess on this one too, it's not, I guess they cited both. It wasn't just gas, it was gas and labor on this one. So this one,
It's gas and labor and usage because.
gas, labor, and usage. So
Yes.
they all three were going up. So this one looks like, we originally did this as a 9-month contract, so this is a 10-month. So this one's, I guess it looks like the up to amount is up like 9% on this particular one.
And it's for the full 12-month period. And Joe Davis is going to add some more information regarding this.
That is correct. If you annualize the cost from the 9-month contract, it will represent a 9% increase over the previous year's price for next year.
All right, thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0630, request approval to renew existing contract to provide asphalt, concrete pavement maintenance and repair services on an as-needed basis.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Any questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0631, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide standby fencing, installation, and repair on an as-needed basis.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0632, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide professional landscape design and installation services.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? All right, hearing none, please strike that. Commissioner Ellis?
We approved, I guess, a series of other contracts related to landscaping. How's this different one? Is this a new one, or is this?
Commissioner, this item is for landscape installation and design, where we are installing a completely newly designed landscape at any particular property. It is completely separate from our annual landscape maintenance contract. We previously had multiple contracts across the county. One of the reasons why we saw an increase in cost on the landscape maintenance contract is because we combined the public works contract along with that of DREAM to minimize the total number of contracts out there. This was one that we could not because it is for a separate service.
Okay. I know in maybe some of our prior contracts, some of our vendors were struggling to meet the service requirements within the cost frame that it was. How confident are we that this particular one can be met in terms of within their cost, the costs that we have right here?
In this contract, as it is an delivered indefinite quantity, the vendor is able to set their price based upon the requirements that we ask for as a part of the installation. So there's no fixed price associated with it. Not to mention this particular vendor actually on the landscape installation and design contract has performed very well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, again, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 14, 22-0633, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide standby professional services for facilities related planning, designing, engineering, and assessments.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? All right, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Arts and Libraries, 22-0634, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide research-based education in the areas of agriculture, natural resources, family and consumer services, 4-H, and youth development.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under County Manager's items, Open and Responsible Government, 22-0537, Strategy and Performance Management, request approval of an IGA with the Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia to conduct a community-wide customer service survey.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Ellis? I'm sure you're going to ask my question.
Yeah, and number one, I'm interested, is this really sort of time sensitive? One question I had was, you know, as we look forward to kind of next year in which we may have to make some decisions around sort of what's discretionary in terms of spending, is this an item that potentially should be considered, you know, and sort of just rolled around within our budgeting process versus that decision being sort of made today? So that's, and I know our manager's not here to respond to that. So if this isn't time sensitive, I'd recommend that we hold this. So.
All right, is it time sensitive? I wouldn't think so.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bridget Bailey, Director of Customer Service. No, it is not time sensitive. We can push this one back. If we wanted to have the results back from the survey in January or February of next year, then yes, we would have to move forward. But that is something that is
But it's not time
no,
sensitive.
So we can hold this item
Right,
if that's the desire of the board.
Substitute motion
to hold. Seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Commissioner Hall, you still want to be heard?
I just have two questions so that moving forward, you already know what they are. One is, how are we choosing the pool of residents?
Okay, Commissioner, thank you so much. The residents are chosen randomly as a statistically based survey, and so there are a pool of about 10,000 residents that are randomly just selected, and those are phone surveys that are done by Kennesaw State.
And were Georgia State, Georgia Tech, the Atlanta University Center, or any of the colleges and universities in Fulton County even looked at as far as doing this survey for Fulton County? Any of the schools inside of Fulton County?
Ma'am, to my knowledge, I'm not where this is normally falls under strategy and performance management, who has a contract, and I'm not, unfortunately, Mr. Rowicki couldn't be here today to a family emergency, so I'm not real sure if those schools, I'm not sure if Ms. Whitmore knows, I'm not sure if they were considered, ma'am.
Purchasing question.
Yeah, Commissioner
Madam
Hall,
CFO?
I would just add that the Burris Institute is who we worked with historically to conduct this survey. So 4 years ago, we may have canvassed all of the universities, but this time we did not. We just returned back to the Burris Institute, who completed the survey previously.
Okay, so moving forward, can we at least try to look at the colleges and universities inside of Fulton County, since this is a survey involving the residents of Fulton County?
Absolutely.
And give our students in Fulton County an opportunity to participate in this process?
Absolutely, Commissioner. I will check with Mr. Rowicki upon his return to find out if that is, in fact, did that happen, if not, for consideration moving forward.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right,
Thank you.
substitute motion on the floor is to hold. Please vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0636, Finance, requests approval of the 2023 premium rates for the medical and pharmacy, dental, and vision plans.
All right, Ms. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have the Employee Benefits Manager present today to review the recommendations with the board.
Good morning, Commissioners. I've met with each one of you separately on this item. And we're requesting approval for all our Anthem managed plans for both active and retirees. The Anthem plans are the HSA, the POS, and HMO for the pre-65 and also active employees. And then for the post-65, Anthem managed plan is the Medicare HMO, the indemnity, and then the PPO plus plans. Then for Kaiser, which is a fully insured plan, we're asking for a 5.4% increase to the HMO active and pre-65 retiree rates. This is the proposal that we were able to negotiate with the provider, Kaiser, on that. And then for the post-65, there will be no change to the senior advantage plan that Kaiser provides. On Aetna, there is a 3.7% increase to the basic Medicare Advantage plan that they provide to our seniors. Then there are 4.7% increase to the enhanced Medicare rates for the retirees. No change in the dental plan that Aetna provides. And then there's a 4.9% increase for the dental PPO rates. With IMED, which is being provided, the coverage is being provided by IMED, I'm sorry to say. There's no change to the vision rate that IMED quoted for us. In total, just want to provide you the total cost of the plan. For 2023, it's going to be $112.3 million. We're going from $105.5 million in the current year. This represents a 6.4% increase year-over-year comparison. We're hoping to have our open enrollment beginning on September 26th through October 14th for active employees. And then for retirees, the open enrollment will be from October 3rd through October 21st for them. We'll take any question that you may have, unless you want us to go through the presentation, which we did with each one of you before.
Did you provide us with a written report of your presentation?
Yes, we did provide you a memo. Okay. On August 15, we provided you a memo. And then we also met individually with most of you on this just to go over the item and then answer any question that you might have.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to approve. Motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
I just want to thank our finance department, CFO, and everyone involved in ensuring that we did not increase the percentage rate that the employees pay for their benefits. And that is commendable, and also that you did try to negotiate a lower rate, even though we don't have any control over the insurance companies and the increases that they do, but you did negotiate and get a lower rate. That is also commendable, because one of the things that is very important to me is that we do not put the burden on the backs of the employees when it comes to these increases. So seeing that that percentage did not change for them was very important. And also, thank you for actually following up on the request and putting the 2023 versus 2022 charts in here. It really helped in looking at the comparison. And I did note that, you know, the rates are still lower than the increases that we saw in 2021 and 2022, which I think were higher. They might have been about 6 or 7%,
7%, yes.
right?
Yes.
So having this be only 4% during a time like this is very significant. So thank you for a job well done.
Other comments or questions? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 15, 22-0637, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to increase spending authority to supplement price increases to purchase mission-critical parts.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any questions? Commissioner Ellis?
Just in terms of, I guess we got two that are coming up here, they're increased, or a handful, they're increased spending authority. Are we at, or right, are we already at the point where we've exceeded what we had already had there, or is this precautionary? Is this, we know we're gonna have to spend more, kind of what's kind of going on in general with these? I mean, we've got, there's 4 on this page, I guess, in terms of that.
Commissioner, as of August the 9th, we have spent $44,697 on this particular contract that had an original authority limit of $49,000. So the request for the additional $20,000 is to ensure that we're able to purchase the parts and materials needed through the remainder of the year.
And it's all this is just due to just general price increases on stuff.
I would say it's a combination of both price increases as well as we've also seen an uptick in terms of the work that we're doing. We have more people back at work, which means more work orders are being submitted, which dictates more repairs.
Okay, so it's not just price increases. Some of this is just higher demand in terms of.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0638, request approval to increase spending authority to provide funding to install permanent groundwater monitoring wells to measure the level of groundwater contamination.
All right, again, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any questions? Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0639, request approval of a task order to provide standby professional design services for the Fulton County Government Behavioral Health Crisis Center.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, as seconded by Commissioner Hall. Dr. Rochelle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer for Health, Human Services, and Public Works. As we continue to establish or work to establish the first behavioral health crisis center here in Fulton County, we are seeking approval for this task order to begin professional design services. Today, we also want to take the opportunity to provide an update on our efforts. Specifically, here in Fulton County, we are continuing to see an increase in behavioral health crisis. Specifically, there are reports by the medical examiner of a 20% increase in suicide deaths and a 61% increase in drug-related deaths. We also have heard from our partners at the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities an increase by 24% in crisis services. As we know, there is no publicly funded behavioral health crisis center here in Fulton County, and we are 10% of the population here in Georgia. We are seeking to establish this Behavioral Health Crisis Center at our 29-acre facility at the Oak Hill campus. And in June of 2021, the Board of Commissioners did approve $15 million from our American Rescue Plan funding to establish this center. Today, we want to provide an update on what the service delivery model will look like. Latrina Foster, the Director of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, will provide that update. We also will provide an update on our community engagement strategy. We have began our conversations with the Board of Health to establish a transition and a temporary transition strategy for the WIC and maternal child health services that are currently operated out of the Oak Hill facility. We will meet with them regularly, and we have our first transition planning meeting scheduled for Thursday. Now I would like to turn it over to Latrina Foster to provide more detail on the service delivery model for behavioral health crisis centers.
Good morning, Commissioners. Latrina Foster, Director for your Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. We don't have a slide for the service delivery model, so I'm just going to do a quick overview on what a behavioral health crisis center is and what it will look like in Fulton County. What we're trying to create is a safe place for individuals to go to when they're experiencing a mental health crisis or they're in need of detoxification. And so what we're looking to establish at the Oak Hill campus is a 24-bed crisis stabilization unit. What that means is that when someone is actually experiencing a mental health crisis or in need of detoxification, they could actually come to this facility and stay 3 to 5 days. When they're in need of detoxification, typically it takes a little bit longer, but we get them to a place of stabilization. And then we do a safe discharge plan with them and then transition them back into the community. We will also have 16 observation chairs, which means that an individual may be experiencing a crisis. However, we're able to mitigate that crisis through observation, which means we do immediate intervention, provide them with wraparound services, see if there's any gaps in the community, any gaps in needs, and then we get them back into the community within 23 hours and 59 minutes to be exact. And so that is how an observation chair is defined, is that an individual cannot remain in that unit longer than 23 hours and 59 minutes. What we're looking to do is do adult crisis services first, and that's going to include our 24 crisis stabilization beds and our 16 observation chairs, and then looking to bring on youth services a year or two down the line. So, however, as we design a facility, we will design a facility to be prepared for both level of services to serve both populations. And so with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Corbett, who will talk a little bit about our communication strategy.
Before Ms. Corbett provides the communication engagement strategy, I did also want to share that 2 weeks ago, or a week ago actually, we did have a very productive meeting with the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, which at that time, just a week ago, they signaled that Fulton County would be at the top of the list for priority as far as funding. So we've asked that they present a funding request for us in the upcoming budget. Of course, that all is contingent on the General Assembly and how that vote may go, but we just learned that we are in a priority position for this crisis center this year, next year.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rochelle. Next slide, please. As following on to what Ms. Foster and Dr. Rochelle spoke about, we recognize that there are many people who are interested both in the Behavioral Health Crisis Center as well as in the Oak Hill campus as it exists today. And so we have kind of begun to craft an engagement strategy that would help us talk with the community and other stakeholders about why this is needed. Ms. Foster just shared some of that with you, as well as Dr. Rochelle. But also, how do we continue to provide the wonderful services that are already offered at the Oak Hill campus? And so the big idea is to have a plan and a strategy that will meet everyone's needs, both the unmet need for crisis services as well as the needs we're already meeting with our partners with the Board of Health. So this will include over several months and really over the next year plus engagement with policymakers. We already had some discussions during the 2022 legislative session about these needs, and we are beginning to have conversations or prepare for conversations going into the 2023 session. Our existing clients at Oak Hill, making sure that we are continuing to meet their needs, the employees who work there, the community around that facility, as well as the advocacy community. Georgia is very fortunate to have a very strong mental health advocacy community who are very interested in unmet needs for these services. So we want to make sure they're hearing about our plans. It's important, Ms. Foster was just sharing with me some of the discussion. This board has been very involved in supporting, for example, diversion centers, community-based behavioral health centers, and other services that meet many of these needs that complement each other. So we want to make sure that all of the stakeholders are clear that these services are part of a spectrum of care meeting a variety of needs that exist. So we want to share our story and also to listen to hear about how we can prioritize the needs of everyone that we are serving today and hope to serve in the future. And I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Rochelle.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that concludes our update.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Morris, followed by Vice Chair Houseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is outstanding, but you know, my only concern is that we engage the community, because there has been so much discussion amongst organizations, elected leaders, and residents about the fact that they feel like they've been left out of the process. And so I know after, I don't see Mr. County Manager. I wanted to thank Dick, because we did have a brief conversation about this, and he said that you are definitely going to look at how to engage the community that surrounds that, as well as the electeds and everyone. And also, I noticed that in here it says, these functions will benefit everyone, from individuals in crisis and their families to the overcrowded hospitals and first responders currently stretched to their capacity. So will this also be able to benefit pre-arrest diversion?
Yes, it will. We will have a collaboration with our Atlanta and Fulton County partnership with diversion. While this is not necessarily a diversion center, we do look to partner with them to redirect constituents who may show up at the diversion center and they are in need of behavioral health crisis services. So absolutely, we do look to partner with our diversion program.
That's wonderful, thank you.
Commissioner Morris.
A couple of things. First of all, as you point out, the BOC had approved an allocation of $15 million of ARPA money. Is this design fee coming out of that $15 million?
Yes, sir. So the $15 million is for the construction and rehabilitation work.
Right.
We have submitted a formal request to the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities for the FY23 budget for operating funds.
Right. So the design fee is part of that $15 million,
Yes, sir.
in addition to the construction. And that was my second question. You referred to the meeting where you indicated we were fairly high up on the list. That wasn't to seek any additional money for design and construction. That was for the operations.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully on an ongoing basis. But,
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Take it a year at a time, I guess. But
That's
thank
right.
you. Those were my questions.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you for the update, and we've been talking about this for a very, very long time, so it's great to see some action here and finally moving forward. But I do think the public, who is paying a lot of attention to this, as we all know, probably has a few questions. And, you know, the facility itself, can you just tell the public exactly what's happening there now?
Absolutely. So the Oak Hill facility is currently home to our own behavioral health services, as well as 2 services offered by the Department of Public Health. And those services include WIC and maternal and child health services.
And some of those services will stay there and some will be relocated?
So during the construction phase, actually on Thursday, we are meeting with Dr. Paxton and her team to determine if there is an opportunity to remain on campus while the construction is going on. No decisions have been made about exactly what is best for them and the constituents, but that is what our meeting is about on Thursday. What exactly and how can we continue to provide services to Oak Hill for those 2 services? Can we remain on campus, for example, in the gym, which is not a part of this behavioral health crisis center, or is there some combination of relocation temporarily to some other public health facility? But we're seeking their direction and input on that on Thursday.
All right, and you went into detail about the observation chairs. The beds, the 24 beds, can you just go into a little bit about who would be in those beds, how long they might be there, and that kind of information?
So the beds are typically utilized when you cannot utilize the observation chair. Someone requires more than the 23 hours to obtain that stabilization. Perhaps they're no longer on their medication, stop taking their medication, and now all of a sudden they find themselves in a mental health crisis. And or someone has been on drugs for a long period of time and now they want to take the first step towards detoxification. That is what those beds are utilized for. Someone that is truly in a severe mental health crisis and they require more than 23 hours to obtain that stabilization. In addition to individuals that need the withdrawal management, monitoring by a medical professional in order to get them stabilized, and perhaps we may transition them into a longer detoxification center, or we're able to accomplish what needs to be accomplished within 7 to 10 days for the detoxification. For a mental health crisis, typically someone is there 3 to 5 days.
So 3 to 5 days. You said 7 to 10, so someone would not be there that long.
7 to 10 detoxification. So when you're doing a medically monitored withdrawal, you have to, it's going to be longer than 3 to 5 days. So it typically averages 7 to 10 for someone going through detoxification. If it's a mental health crisis, we usually can manage that within 3 to 5 days.
Okay, and then you also mentioned being released into the community after the 23 hours and 59-minute maximum. I think people really want to understand exactly what that means.
Right, so a lot of times people find themselves in a situation where they're experiencing what we would call a mental health crisis. Perhaps they're having, they got off of their medication, so now they're in need of stabilization. We're able to get them into our observation chairs, get them seen by a nurse as well as a doctor, get them back on their medication, or perhaps they're having a conflict with their spouse, with someone in the family, and it's reached a point where crisis de-escalation techniques did not work. And so they come to this facility for that 23 hours just to kind of separate from that situation, that environment. We wrap them with interventions, kind of talk to them through conflict resolution, do whatever we need to do to get this individual stabilized where they feel comfortable to go back to their residence, place of residence, wherever they were in the community, and then we wrap them with services. Typically, we'll have them for an outpatient appointment the very next day just to make sure that there's no gap in services. If they've disconnected from services, we get them reconnected. So that 23 hours is really like a mental health triage, is what I would like to call it. because we get them in, we mitigate the situation, and then we safely transition them back home.
So the communication plan is really important to try and
Yes.
share with the community exactly what this is. It's not a facility where someone has no choice. They're going to be kept against their will. Their families are involved. It's not what a lot of people are fearful of, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's a large campus. 29 acres is a lot of room. Are we looking at what potential that might bring to this program at that location?
So I think there's a lot of things to continue to explore, and I think our opportunity is here now with the A&E firm to be able to come in, collaborate with us, go with us to look at some other behavioral health crisis centers. The latest and greatest behavioral health crisis center is Avita. I would love to take the A&E firm out there just so they can get an idea of what crisis centers look like in Georgia, and then look at the ones as they continue to mature. Every year that they build one, everyone gets better and better. So perhaps ours will be the best.
All right, and then my last comment is that this is the first of what we hope will be 3 locations throughout the county, one in the middle, which this one is, and then north and south. So again, it's been a long time in the making, and I'm glad to see the progress.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, please.
I just had a quick question. Have you all looked at any, if any, of the increased need since now we have a second hospital that is closed? And has this change had any bearing? Have you all thought about it? I know you do have the capacity to do some expansion, but I'm just wondering, has and will those two, you know, it was bad enough we had one, but now we have a second one. There's such close proximity. And so I was just wondering, have you all talked about that? Is it in the back of your mind? And has that been any conversation as to what bearing it may have on what you all needs will be?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question. Since that is a new development, we have not specifically spoken about that. We were already in a situation where Fulton County had no behavioral health crisis center to begin with, but we certainly will continue to survey the landscape, understand what the impact will be. This will be a regional asset, so I think that that designation alone will help with the fact that this new information about the hospital closure is upon us. So I think that I know that we'll continue to take that under advisement and do all that we can to be a resource in this situation.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Commissioner Ellis.
Just a couple of things, just real quick. Number one, we have been talking about it for a long time, and unfortunately, I guess we're going to have to kind of keep talking about it to get the work done. I mean, this is, as you've noted, it's an unmet need, and so often for folks that wind up in crisis, they're not criminals, they're experiencing a mental health crisis, and there are no other options, and we know that, and families are having to try to manage that within the context of a home or and the pathway without this crisis, oftentimes leads to really tragic situations. So certainly the urgency's here, and I just would encourage us to kind of keep pressing along, so that we can kind of get to that day where we can get the doors open to benefit folks. We know there's a lot of existing facilities that we certainly can look at, and things we saw in Cobb where, public health and behavioral services are certainly co-located on the same kind of similar footprint and that kind of thing. So, I think the communication, is kind of important, and to kind of keep sharing that and help people to understand what these things are and what they aren't. Like with other things with mental health, it's somewhat terms of a destigmatizing, kind of this whole arena, I think is important. So thank y'all all for the work.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you.
excited about this opportunity with the Behavioral Health Center. Did not know there were 29 acres over there, so definitely want to look at the other space there. And you all may not know, I guess my question is, what are the number of people that are being seen there on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis now that are utilizing the Oak Hill facility?
According to the Department of Public Health, for WIC, they see up to 2,000 residents per year, and for maternal child health, they can see as many as 6,000 residents a year.
So 8,000 per year?
I'm sorry, 2 and 4. So 2,000 for WIC and 4,000 for maternal child health.
So 6,000 annually?
Yes, sir.
So about 500 a month or so, I get if I divide that by 12.
It varies according to Dr. Mobley on yesterday when we spoke to her about the footprint. It varies depending on whether they have an influx of WIC appointments. It just really does vary as to what's going on, but it does vary.
You know, my biggest concern is just making sure that we continue to serve those people.
Yes, sir.
In that area, right? Like, I don't want them to have to go to the West End or somewhere else to receive those services. They're accustomed to going in that area, and I know you guys have already said you're working and going to talk about trying to keep the facility open or some portion open so that they can still be serviced. So glad to hear that, but I just want to make sure that we are mindful of those people that are receiving those services and that are relying on those services in that area at that facility. So I just want to make sure as we look to help others, make sure that we don't forget the ones we're already helping.
That's a great point, Commissioner Arrington, and we do have a keen focus on that. And on Thursday, we'll continue to talk with the Department of Public Health about the service delivery and how we can continue to be consistent.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Just a minute, Dr. Rochelle. Motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. That $15 million includes, I think Commissioner Morris brought this up, the design and planning and so forth, and the construction is included in the 15. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I see that the county manager is here. He has definitely been a champion for the team here in trying to get this done. So I'd like to turn it to him for any remarks.
Okay, so my question, Mr. Manager, not a question, just understanding the numbers. The $15 million includes the planning, design, and so forth, and the construction of the facility. And Dr. Rochelle, your statement was that we're in a priority position, whatever that means, for funding of the operation. So my little basic, big head, small brain question is, in the event that we do not receive funding from the state, how do we operate it? And where does the money come from to operate it?
So, I apologize, first of all, for joining late from the Greta Board meeting. I think to answer that question directly, I don't believe that's going to happen because I think there are too many stars that have been aligned at this point. But I do,
in the unlikely event, as they
but
say,
I do hear you. I think we would have to do an assessment then for funding internally and/or reapply to the state in the next year because I think this is one of these opportunities. What I was going to say, had I arrived in time to do so, is we have pursued over many, many years. So it's not just this alone, but it's been this alignment in our efforts on behavioral health with the state. And if you think about everything that this board has done, from the new behavioral health model that we put in place, sourcing to 2 primary providers that DBHD endorsed as a model from where we were, the school-based counseling initiative that was championed by this board, the permanent supportive housing that we partnered with Atlanta in doing, and now this. As I looked back, we have grown our commitment to behavioral health by over 80% just in the last 5 to 6 years. So we were funding about 10. We now fund 18. And one of the reasons, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is not only at the top of the list, but reasonably assured, is, as you know, we have had a different model from time immemorial. And all counties, quite frankly, get substantial funding from the state for behavioral health. Fulton County does not and has not, due to the model that we chose to implement many, many decades ago. I think this brings us more forward, not on parity yet, because you're still, through your efforts, funding the majority, obviously, and even would be. But this would be a significant, in fact, almost doubling of our commitment to behavioral health with this state funding. The other thing I would say that perhaps has already been said, so I don't want to sell past the close, but this really is the beginning, not the end. So while we have been pursuing this for years, getting this good indication from the meeting with the commissioner and her entire staff in the last week or so is as far as we have ever been. And I've been reluctant to do much else other than brief this board and certainly brief other internal parties. But I want to thank both Commissioner Harrington, who we've been briefing as we go along, and now Commissioner Hall for helping us and really committing to help us to reach out to not only the community, but elected officials, all other interested parties. And in the end, I think we have ample opportunity, again, this has probably already been said, but to make all of the above work. It is I think, a primary location for us. It's somewhat underutilized, but until we put pen to paper and really figure out both current services, future services, the underutilized space down at the gym, many times I have attended Family Fun Day there and seen where we've done it in different, kind of different ways, both around the track, up at that parking area, and then down around the gym. I think there's a way, once we put all this together and bring it back to you, as well as solicit Commissioner Hall's leadership and support, we will have I think you termed it, Commissioner Hall, a win-win for something that's truly transformational. We don't want to take away from the transformational aspect of this by not doing well in terms of the transition planning and the current services. And they're not insignificant. There are 2 primary services and thousands of people that are served. But the key is, doing all the above. And I think on one visit, Commissioner Ellis, you may have already mentioned this, we've seen where these have been co-located over in Cobb when we did a visit over there. So I do think there's plenty of opportunity. But the last thing I will say, selling past the close, Mr. Chairman, is that we are very committed to making this happen. I think we've got our alignment with the department. We're making the right contacts with the legislature. Of course, a year ago, the Speaker Pro Tem championed this being in the budget. It didn't make it all the way through. We'll certainly be revisiting with her where we are. So I'm pretty confident, but not jinxing it, that we're going to have this come through.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And not to downplay this, there's clearly a need for it. I just raised this question, though, because I'm confident, fairly confident, that we will be successful. But in the event that we are not, then it's going to be incumbent upon us to fund that in light of or in consideration of the financial constraints that we're going to be looking at. That's point number one. And number two, I mean, there's no way that they see 6,000 patients a year out there. I mean, you can go out there and you can shoot a rifle and not hit anybody. The most people you ever see is when you have your event out there. And again, no disrespect intended, but it's a great facility and there's a need for it, and I'm supportive of it. Commissioner Hall.
And I just want to say we do have our nonprofit partners who have events out there, and they feed hundreds of people on the weekends, and it's very important to that community because the need is so great. So engaging them as well is going to be very important so that they can continue to provide those extra services.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Bottom of page 15, under Health and Human Services, 22-0640, Public Works. Request approval to increase spending authority to provide corporation stops and brass fittings.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0641, request approval to increase spending authority to provide small water meter installation in the North Fulton water service area.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. It's seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 16, 22-0642, request approval to rescind contract change order to cover the impact of tariffs for material and equipment and to extend the contract term by 11 additional days.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0643, request approval of a resolution to approve a 5% water and sewer volumetric rate increase for each of the next 3 years.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 22-0644, request approval of a resolution to amend a resolution number 21-0282 that created and established the Fulton County Veterans Empowerment Commission by revising its purpose to continue to operate solely as an advisory body to the Board of Commissioners and not as a nonprofit corporation. Sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Can we explain what this does, Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, the original resolution authorized them to set up as a nonprofit. And they're saying that they just want to remain in an advisory opinion or an advisory group. And so this allows them to be an advisory group rather than to set themselves up as an independent nonprofit.
Okay, Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to remind the commissioners that when we did this, we also put in $1 million in funding to help support this effort. It's my understanding that that is not considered a recurring investment. So that would be something that we would have to consider in the next budget cycle, whether or not to continue. And I just wanted to make sure we were all aware of that.
Hopefully we will find the resources to make it a recurring item.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0645, request approval of resolution approving funding of $500,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds in support of Wellspring Living's expansion and utilization of a multi-discipline services model covering the full spectrum of needs for victims of sexual exploitation, sponsored by Commissioners Ellis, Morris, and Hausman.
All right, motion is to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Hall.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a couple of quick things. I think there is a sort of a two-pager on this particular project that's in your folders. We were going to have the executive director was going to be here. I think they had presumed that this would be taken up after lunch, so I don't think they're going to make it down here before then. So they were planning to be here to respond to any questions. But I think many of you are familiar with Wellspring Living. They're a nonprofit based here in Fulton County who's really dedicated to the whole anti-human trafficking effort. And their focus is on healing and restoring the survivors of this scourge that's really kind of permeated throughout Fulton County for a long time. And I think their model is second to none. They've been a partner with us in terms of, for a long time, they were part of our CSP program. And they also, we've had a internship program with them for a good number of years where their clients have come on and served as interns within Fulton County, and several of them have gone on to full-time employment within Fulton County, which is a tremendous success. So this project, that this would go to support, the funds would be supported through American Rescue Plan Act funds. This would be an immersive campus that would have, residential components to it. And employs the tiny home concept, and really fits with, our continuum of care of services. And I think it's a great model that captures in housing, mental health, job training, all kind of supportive services that are necessary to help the victims of human trafficking and sexual exploitation be able to be restored and live the life that they were intended to lead. So I would certainly welcome the support and appreciate the co-sponsorship by Commissioner Hausman and Vice Chair Hausman and Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a little bit confused because when I asked about the ARPA funds during our first meeting in August as it related to the reproductive health care resolution that I brought forward on behalf of the Atlanta City Council members, there was a question on the floor about where was the money coming from. And when the question was asked about the ARPA funding, the response was that it's pretty much all gone. So at this point, I'm going to ask again, how much money is left in ARPA funding?
Commissioner Hall, we've allocated our ARPA resources out, as you know, and what we have left is currently backstopping the vaccination and testing program that we implemented and are seeking FEMA reimbursement. So while we have allocated the resources, should we receive the FEMA reimbursement as we expect to, then that will free up funds. Otherwise, what we will have to do is look within what we've already allocated and identify a location or an item that we would pull from to support this, the same as we would have needed to do for the program that you brought forward.
So with all of that being said, right now, do you have the ARPA funds to cover this $500,000 request?
We'd have to do a reallocation.
Okay.
Commissioner Arrington.
So I'm supportive of this in general. I guess my questions were similar. Where would the funding come from? And I understand that it'll be ARPA funding, but I did think that was already allocated. And where is this facility? Where is the eight acre campus?
City of South Fulton. Did you hear me?
I did. Yeah. Thank you. Well, it sounds like a good program. I'm familiar with them, but sounds like they're doing some good things, and so I'm happy to support it.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, I'm in support of this as well. I would just say, out of fairness, if needed, if the executive director is going to be here after lunch, if there's any reservations, maybe we can hold it to afterwards. But I am in full support of it. But since Commissioner Ellis did say that they would be down after lunch, we seem to be moving a little bit more swift than we realized. If anybody had any reservations, I don't, but just out of fairness, if the executive director is on the way, I would just humbly say maybe we should hold this to after lunch if it's the pleasure of the board.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve. Just a quick, well, couple of questions. Number one, Commissioner Hall, your question of where is the money coming from, and ARPA is the source, but it's correct that all of the ARPA funds have been already allocated, which would mean a reallocation, which is not unusual, but that's what this will mean. Number two, it's located within the city of South Fulton. And it's my understanding, though, that it's not really clear in the legislation what the $500,000 would be used for in the legislation. But in meeting with the representatives, that $500,000 is to be used in the construction of a cornerstone building right on the corner there. And I forget what the total construction cost is. And I'd asked them if they were going to seek support from the city of South Fulton, since it's located within the city of South Fulton, as well as from the state. So our $500,000, and it's a great organization, and I support this, but I think it ought to be, it's not clear, based upon the wording in the legislation, that it's intended to be used for the construction of a cornerstone building. And I don't know how to, Commissioner Ellis, you may have some thoughts on how to tie our $500,000 to that, because that's what the request was, and I suggested that they also seek support from the city of South Fulton.
Yeah, I know they have sought, support from, other entities, including both the state and other municipal partners, and probably are waiting, as well as certainly
do you know the total construction cost? I can't remember.
Commissioner Morris, I believe it's in the neighborhood of 15
million.
15 million.
Yeah.
Is the total project cost.
Yeah.
Something in that nature. I mean, I don't think there's any problem with our funds being designated for that particular building. That's.
So can we, Madam County Attorney, make that adjustment so that
I mean, it's all construction.
Yeah.
So.
For the cornerstone building, just make that.
What do you think, Commissioner Morris?
I assume that's fine. That they can allocate it to the other portions of it.
I mean,
they could reallocate.
There are other, your other housing within the construct of this, and this is, kind of within the support of housing, as well. So I don't necessarily feel like it needs to be per se restricted to, if somebody walked in and wanted to give them the funds and say, put my name on that building, I don't think we'd want to say, no, you can't do that. And our funds could go to support of the, development of the individual housing units. I don't see any reason why. And there's no restriction on that in terms of the context of ARPA. So I think it would be better if we're non-specific in the components.
Well, I think it ought to be, I'm going to be supportive of it, but I'm being responsive to what their request was, and it was specific to that cornerstone building, and our contribution would be used in the construction of that cornerstone building. The tiny homes piece in the middle, that'll be another pot of money that they're pursuing. And I think this is Cornerstone is phase one, I believe they called it. And it's a great organization, they do great work, and we, Fulton County, we've been very proactive with respect to
I understand your point. They did not make that specific, kind of request to me in terms of the review of this, of the document. So I just think we're better off leaving it non-specific. And that can be further discussed and tied in as needed before the funds are distributed. So, yeah.
Commissioner Morris?
If you want to make it.
You finished?
I did not understand the request to be prioritized for this cornerstone building. Originally, I think they asked me if we could give them $5 million for the entire campus efforts toward the construction costs. So I thought it was for the entire construction effort, not just that cornerstone building. I don't know if the county attorney can craft it to sort of prioritize that building to the extent that suits the overall purpose of the project, or something along those lines. But I think it might be better. I think I agree with Commissioner Ellis. It might be better not get too specific, but I really got in the queue to say that, well, the city of South Fulton, it would be great if the city of South Fulton also kicked something in. This facility doesn't just serve folks in the city of South Fulton. They serve these kids, I mean, 10 and 11-year-old little girls and boys who are exploited, whose lives are ruined until this organization gets them the help that they need. And Commissioner Ellis has talked about it. It's a full-service kind of thing: education, job training, housing, support, family support, just all kinds of things that they do for these, you know, and for me, who's got little grandchildren that age, it made me weep when I toured the facility. So it is a terrific program and a terrific project. And again, I just as soon as not get too specific with the support. I would have the county supporting the $500,000 to whatever portion of the project it's best needed for.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Commissioner Ellis, are you comfortable with the motion to amend that? I just want to make sure I understand if that's something that requires further discussion. I just want to make sure, because I am in full support of it, but I'm just wanting to know.
I don't think there's a motion to amend per se on the floor. I think it was just
I was going to make the
discussion.
motion to amend it to what the chairman requested, but I wanted to be respectful if that was something that you did or did not have a problem with at this time. This is very important to me, and that's why I kind of wanted to wait till the person got here, but I did want to just ask you that.
I mean, I think it's cleaner without being non-specific on it. I think if we want to add language that would say such that this $500,000 would be prioritized towards construction of the Cornerstone building, if that would be an acceptable amendment, then
I'd like to make that motion to amend.
I would be okay with, I guess, I didn't make the motion, so I guess.
Well, you can accept that as a friendly amendment.
Vice Chair and Commissioner Morris motioned and seconded, so I guess they would need to accept that amendment.
Yeah.
I do think I made the motion. Construction purposes would be sufficient language, not designated exactly which building, but construction purposes, perhaps, could be the amendment.
Prioritize towards the construction of the Cornerstone building would be the specific language.
Well, I mean, if we didn't want to necessarily designate which building, but make sure it was going to construction versus operations or programs, that might be a compromise.
I would open that up to Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and Chairman Pitt, since they raised the issue. It wasn't my issue. So
Commissioner, you still have the floor.
Okay. I would want to make the motion. Vice Chair Houseman, I will accept what you stated, so I will make that motion to amend it based on what you have put forward.
What was her language, Vice Chair?
Just for construction purposes, as they deem it necessary with, we haven't studied their plans. We don't know if that's going to be first, without the director to be here to answer those questions. That's the reason I just said for construction purposes versus other purposes.
So if I may, page 2 of the document at the top says, investing in the Cornerstone building aligns with Fulton County's strategic plan. Then further, midway down below the picture of the Cornerstone building, it states Fulton County's investment in the Cornerstone building impacts vulnerable communities through mental health services, job training, and academic services. So that's the proposal that we have.
So I would move to amend for construction purposes, Chairman.
Where are we?
I mean, I'll accept that amendment.
All right, motion to amend is on the floor. Let's vote on the motion to amend.
So I'm still in the queue, Mr. Chair. I did want to
You have the floor,
have further
sir.
discussion.
Apologize. You're correct.
So, I'm happy to support this. This is talking about serving 300 people. So, when I come back and ask for $500,000 for QLS, I don't want to hear anything because they serve way more than 300 people. They serve more than 300 people a day. Okay? So I don't know about, why this is not part of CSP program. I don't know how this goes without the RFP process. I know when other times when we've brought up things like this, there has not been support because it wasn't part of the CSP program or didn't go through the RFP process. Certainly this is worthwhile and what they're doing is worthwhile, but they're talking about serving 300 people. So now when I come back and ask for $500,000 for QLS, who serves thousands of people a day, I don't want to hear anybody complaining.
All right, the motion on the floor is to amend. Let's vote, please, on the amendment.
And the vote is open on the amendment. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
And on the, as amended, let's vote. You with us?
And the vote is open on the motion to approve as amended. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0646, request approval of a resolution amending resolution number 18-0168 and 21-0279, authorizing the creation of a Fulton County Superior Court Clerks Technology Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Vice Chair Houseman, you have the floor.
Yes, I don't know if y'all want to make any comments about what this is before I make a comment.
As a sponsor, would it be appropriate for me to just make a quick comment?
Sure, go
Sorry, I
right
didn't
ahead, go right ahead.
Yeah, my colleagues will recall that we set up a technology fund in the clerk's office for the e-filing revenues a year or two ago. And now we've got this, historical plat indexing, and as the paper indicates, the Georgia Superior Court Clerks Cooperative Authority, whatever the heck that is, in order for the fees to be charged and used, then we've got to authorize the set aside and use of the funds. So the clerk's here and Mr. Standard's here to explain this further, but this is not creating any new technology fund. It's adding another potential source of electronic filings to do that. And I was struck when I sat down with them about the use of that e-filing money. And maybe you can talk about that, Mr. Standard or Madam Clerk, as well. But yeah, if you're now asking them to.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Morris, for sponsoring the resolution. As you mentioned, it is not a new technology fund. These funds do come from the Georgia Superior Court Cooperative Authority, and many times they have various projects, and those projects support all of the clerks throughout the state, and we have been fortunate enough to have funds coming from that source, which has helped us with the maintenance of our land record system in order to be able to service our customers and participate in our deed filings and all those things that support the tax commissioner, the tax assessor, and ultimately our tax digest. When there are various projects that they do, they have been specific. They may say plat, they may say deed, and in consulting with the county attorney's office, and I will defer to them, when those projects have specific names, it was advised by the county attorney that it should be more general, and that was the reason for the amendment. So I will defer to the county's attorney's office on why it was necessary. This is Chief Isaac Standard. He may have something else to add as well.
Nothing to add, Madam Clerk.
So now I can ask my question. Again, we had a great chat, and y'all are using the revenue wisely and expanding what you're doing with it. So I want to commend you on that. First of all, folks need to understand that we do work hard to be good stewards of the resources that we're given. But it did lead to a conversation about the efforts to have your locations where folks reside in this large county that we have. And I know we've been talking for a long time about having an office up in the Maxwell Road Service Center. So I just thought I'd take this opportunity to perhaps find out where we are with that. I know you've indicated you've signed off on what your needs are and the plans, and is there anyone that could give us an update on where we are with that and the probate offices coming to Maxwell Road?
Commissioner, the plan to move both probate court and the Madam Clerk's offices to the Maxwell Road location were predicated upon the move of current Public Works offices to the second floor of the building. Unfortunately, at this point in time, we have yet to identify the funding that's going to be necessary to facilitate the build-out to accommodate Public Works on the second floor. So we're working through those challenges. And once we are able to identify the funding necessary, we will move forward. As you've already heard, the plan has been approved by Madam Clerk as to what the build-out will entail. We just need to work out that detail with regards to Public Works.
So you're talking about the water resources folks?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I mean, I know that's a separate fund from the general fund. So I guess I'm just asking, we've been trying to do this for years. I know we approved funds 2 or 3 budgets ago for this. So I'm just asking that you revisit that, please, since it is not general fund money. And hopefully we can make this happen, because it really would be a great benefit to the citizens to have services where they live rather than having them have to come all the way downtown. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page,
Continue.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
On page
Thank you,
17,
Commissioners.
22-0647, request approval of a resolution authorizing Fulton County to accept a permanent donation of a portrait of former First Lady of the United States, Michelle Obama, from the McKinley Mack Wilburn Legacy Foundation to be displayed within Fulton County.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wilborn was here earlier. Is he still here? Mac Wilborn, he was here earlier, but I don't see him. But he contacted me and wanted to donate this portrait to Fulton County, and we had a meeting to ensure that it was insured and that everything was covered legally. We've had the county attorney vet everything and had a meeting with Ms. Holloman to discuss how would it be displayed. And so with all of that being taken care of, thank you to everyone that has made this possible and brought this resolution together. And the actual, what is this form? And this artwork donation agreement, thank you.
So I think I did see Mr. Wilburn here. He left a long-time Atlantan, resident of Fulton County, Great American. Just a couple of quick questions here. You mentioned covered legally. What did you mean by that?
Because my very first question was insurance and who would be responsible for it if it was damaged, how do we receive it, and all of that. And so we engaged the county attorney's office to make sure that all of those legalities were taken care of. And they are actually in the, if you look at the art donation agreement, it speaks to all of that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. $6,000 worth of security and insurance.
Okay. So we have a process in place for accepting donations of art. Is that correct, Madam County Attorney? We do, don't we?
So our teams worked on this agreement
What did you
because
say?
there is no set process.
Repeat what you just said.
Our teams worked on this agreement as a method to receive this donation because we didn't identify any process in place specifically for receiving art donations or donations. And so to receive a donation generally just requires approval by the Board of Commissioners, and this agreement that was crafted is a way that we just fashioned in order to receive this particular type of donation.
Okay, so let's be clear. This is a good thing, and I'm supportive of it, but there was no process, but this will establish, a process for us. So then we will accept basically any and all donations of art that meet the requirements.
I expect we would use a similar form for future such donations, yes.
Well, I'm just making it real clear now because, as Commissioner Arrington said, I'll come back later. Now, what it says here, though, is not real clear. It said to be displayed within Fulton County. Does that mean Alpharetta, South Fulton? What does that mean?
It doesn't specify.
Presumably you mean, I think we mean within the government center. Is that?
It's currently contemplated to be
library.
displayed at the library, which is a Fulton County facility.
Well, it doesn't say that, so what's the intent? We just need to be clear, that's all I'm saying.
Well, Mr. Chair, you are asking a question that I addressed during our meeting with the library director and Denval from the county attorney's office and some of the other county executives. And I specifically asked how would this be displayed and was told that it would circulate through all the libraries and then it would end up being permanently placed in the Auburn Avenue Research Library because there are specific things that are placed in that library, and this fell under whatever that definition is. And so that's how it was explained to me. I thought, I'm sorry?
Is that spelled out in the?
No, it's
really
not.
unclear.
It should be spelled out in here, and I thought that maybe they perhaps left it out because they already have something in writing. So if it's not already in writing, then it does need to be amended to include that language.
I believe it was left open so that it could travel to various facilities throughout the county. But if the commission desires, we can add the specific language identifying the specific locations where it will be displayed and then where the final permanent display location will be.
So to her point, though, if the discussion was that it would be displayed permanently at Auburn Avenue, that needs to be in here, because I'm thinking that we're talking about
It's going to rotate. It's
the
supposed
government,
to
so
rotate.
after it rotates, that it would be displayed here. But what Commissioner Hall is saying, that the agreement was, or the understanding was, or is, that it would be displayed at Auburn Avenue. So which is it?
The discussion was that it would reside permanently at Auburn Avenue after it is displayed in various government facilities.
Oh, should that be it? Well, just a minute then. So, hold on. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Hall, and Commissioner Arrington. But that needs to be addressed. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen this painting at Mac's house. This is a beautiful painting, and I think it's very important that we have specific directives in the language. I commend Commissioner Hall and her efforts to bring this here. I'm just a little concerned as to what the painting is, what it represents, and the value of it, that we speak clearly in the directives of it as to what will happen with it, you know, the rotation, where it will ultimately be. Also, another question or concern I have, will the Arts Council pretty much be over this, or the Arts and Cultures Department? Because this is a very, very, this is a one-of-a-kind painting. And Chairman, I think it's very important that we have the directives spelled out for the handling of this. This is, in my opinion, and I can only speak for my opinion, having seen it, this would require some special handling. And so I think the directive needs to be spelled out in the language. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, then Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you look at the attached documents that came with this resolution, there is a form that says artwork donation agreement. Specifically says the parties of the agreement are the McKinley Mac Wilborn Legacy Foundation and the county, Fulton County Library System. So the library system would be the entity that would be responsible for this painting. And then down below the page, at letter D, that says insurance, ownership, and security, it says specifically it's $6,000. That is the value of the painting. So that answers two of those questions. And yes, after the discussion that we had, we definitely need to make sure that the language includes where this is going to be presented and portrayed. And also, I just thought about another thing that we discussed, having a like a little placard that indicates that it was donated by the McKinley Mac Wilborn Legacy Foundation, displayed with the actual portrait. And for some further clarification, when I met with the county attorney, the county executives, and the director of library services, I asked them to create this agreement because I'm very big on put it in writing so we can be very clear. We have no ambiguity about what is being done, what is being said. That's going to happen, and that is why we have this artwork donation agreement, because I was told that in the past, all we do is bring it forward to the Board of Commissioners, and the commissioners vote to accept the donation, and that's it. And so I wanted some clarity in writing on what was going on here, and that's why we have this. But I accept the friendly amendment to add that additional language on the rotation and where it would permanently reside after the rotation. And I want to make sure that we don't exclude anything that arts and culture might want to do with the portrait. If they have some type of exhibit, which they often do right here in the government center, and want to utilize that portrait in that exhibit, I want to make sure that the language does include that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Arrington?
So, I think the questions that were posed are good questions. I think at the end of the day, the question for me is, what are the wishes of the donor? Where does the donor wish for this to be? Now, based on what I just heard, I'm a little confused because I don't think the Fulton County library system is an entity of itself. I think it's a department of Fulton County. And so, I mean, if this contract were really only with the library system and if it were a separate entity, it wouldn't even be before us today. It'd be before the library board, and they would be making the decision. So I don't know how or why that language is in there or what the intent is in that regard, but you know, in my mind, it should, you know, and again, number one, I think we've got to go back to the donor's intent and the donor's wishes. In my mind, it should go to, you know, the manager and/or his designee, and, you know, be set up for a plan to be distributed, because I don't know who the recipient or the custodian, who will be the custodian of this, right? Of this artwork. Maybe it winds up being the library system, but the library system doesn't exist outside of Fulton County. And so to me, the person who would be the custodian would be the manager and/or his designee. So I don't know, there may need to be some tweaking to the contract. Does the contract has a place for the library to sign? It says that the library is in fact an entity?
The agreement is between the foundation and Fulton County on behalf of the library system.
Okay, and is it your understanding that that was at the request of the donor?
It was. That was the intended location.
Okay, awesome.
All right, Commissioner Hall,
Oh, no.
you finished? All right, the motion before us is to approve with those corrections to be added, Madam County Attorney. Let's vote.
And the vote is open to approve as amended. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue.
22-0648, Commissioners' Full Board Appointment, Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, Regional Advisory Council. Vice Chair Hausman has nominated Kathy Murphy for a full board appointment to a term ending August 1st, 2025.
All right, the motion before us is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0649, discussion, update of activities of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You will see the minutes from the most recent Recreation Authority meeting in your packets. We just want to make sure that we are keeping the board abreast of everything that is going on at the board and the public abreast of everything that the Recreation Authority is doing. Thank you.
All right. All right, colleagues, it's 12:33. I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch executive session where we'll be discussing items of real estate, litigation, and
Move
personnel.
approval.
Commissioner Ellis?
I don't know, I guess it's, I just sort of questioned, are they ready to receive us for lunch?
They should be, I've checked, and they were, should be about 10 minutes ago, they were supposed to be ready for us. We have some items to discuss before. All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Come on, Madam County Attorney, let's roll. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, are you ready with items from executive session?
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. Yes, I'm ready. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation set forth in items 1 and 2 of the executive session agenda?
Recording in progress.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the settlement set forth in item number 3 of the executive session agenda, which is in settlement of David Brown versus Fulton County in the amount of $21,000?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris and seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
And is there a motion to approve the engagement of outside counsel required to update the disparity study needed to extend Fulton County's amended non-discrimination in purchasing and contracting program, to wit, the retention of Rodney K.
Recording
Strong
stopped.
of Griffin and Strong PC?
Recording in progress.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
And that is the final action item, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Now, any other items before the COVID report?
No further items except COVID.
All right, ready for the COVID report on page
14,
14. Would you sound that, Madam Clerk?
22-0635, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Mr. Manager?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'll give you a brief summary of this and then take any questions. I think Matt Kallmeyer is on his way down for some specifics. The cases are improving. They're at 170 per day now reported, but we do, through wastewater surveillance, believe them to be around 1,200, so still pretty significant. Positivity rate, though, is down 13.9%. To 13.9%, which is a significant improvement, as well as deaths per day down to 1 per day, which is very good news. The new version of the booster shot is now available, and we'll have it in our fixed sites next week, so we'll talk about that and anticipate increased demand for that. I think the only requirement is that you're 2 months past your last booster and you're age 12 or older. We continue to monitor the monkeypox infections, which do appear to have peaked. We are also continuing our vaccination efforts in that vein and are doing both vaccinations for monkeypox at Neighborhood Union, as well as mobile pop-ups at the Black Pride events. And I'm pleased to say we got some positive press in terms of our efforts as it relates to monkeypox vaccinations. We continue normal operations, even though now we are up to over 1,000 employees have experienced COVID and reported it to us. I think we've been a leader among local governments in terms of moving back to normal. And you may have noticed that most major corporations have used Labor Day as a demarcation point for returning to the office. So again, I think we've been ahead of the curve in almost every respect as it relates to that. In ERAP, you may have already read the article, and then we, of course, sent you a note. The big news there is the gift that keeps on giving. We've gotten another $17 million reallocated now from Cobb County to the Treasury and then expected to us. So I should rephrase that. We haven't received it yet, but we anticipate receiving that shortly. Also, the good news, based on the way Dr. Rochelle and the team have managed this, we have about 15 million or so already in applications. So while our portal is closed and we'll have some additional administrative costs, this would allow us to satisfy, we think, all of the applications that we have in the hopper. In Project Orca, which we've also included, you'll see that we continue progress in resolving cases. We are down over 50% now in terms of where we started from. There are clearly still some variances from plan, the largest being in the DA's office in terms of charging cases on a to-date basis. But again, progress has picked up again this month, which is good news. One of the things that you've already acted upon was agreeing to move ahead with the architectural and engineering agreement for Oak Hill, and we're very pleased with that. Just struck me that our facilities agenda along with Oak Hill is very significant. I've said this a number of times. I just want to reiterate it again as you think about the future. But with the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, the Animal Shelter, the Public Safety Training Center, a remake of 141 here for what we called early on pandemic proofing, I think probably better phrased, reimagining the workforce. And then the penultimate example, the elections central warehouse, we have a very significant facilities agenda. All of this will service decades into the future, but all of these represent some challenges, both in terms of communications, cost containment in this world that's inflation driven, as well as disruption to current operations. So we'll attempt to keep you informed on these projects as they move forward, but just want to, again, bring them to your attention. The ARPA financials have not been updated, but as you have passed resolutions recently in this meeting and the previous meeting, we will update them by the next meeting, showing the reallocations that we would propose from those. In addition, as it relates to the ARPA allocations, as you recall, you approved $11 million going to Grady Hospital. We have made that contingent upon us beginning to receive FEMA reimbursements, and Matt certainly can speak to his perspective because he's got the most expertise on FEMA reimbursements. Grady, given the situation now with AMC Maine closing and the anticipation of being potentially overwhelmed in the near term as we put and work with them to put plans in place to be helpful, they're requesting that $11 million be released now as opposed to waiting until the FEMA reimbursements are received, and I would recommend that for your consideration. Lastly, in response to the chairman's note to all the board members relating to the decision on the 8.87 millage rate and implications from that, I have attached to the financial section of this deck a early review of those numbers, their implications, and options for you to consider if you chose to take that subject up. It clearly could be a discussion item at another meeting,
Well, I
but
think,
I've
excuse me
included
for
that.
interrupting you, I think we need to talk about that today, if we got some time.
Yes, sir. So those numbers are included. So with that said, Matt, I'm going to allow you to bring some highlights to the attention of the board, and we'll answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, folks. I believe Dr. Paxton is joining us on the line, as well as Doug Schuster, who is a long-range planner. Doug, would you like to take slide 3, and I'll take slide 4?
Sure, Matt. Good afternoon, commissioners. Good news, since we met with you last, our caseload is now trending downward in a sustained direction from a high of in the 300s down to 169. Wastewater sampling does give us a suspected case rate of 1,200, but still down pretty significantly. And our positivity rate, while still in the red, dropped 3 points since the last meeting. And so that's good news, trending downward. Next slide.
Thank you, Doug. The county manager did allude to this. Just want to make sure everyone's aware. The new bivalent booster is available.
You'll see up there the eligibility is anyone 12 years and older. Also, if you last time you had your booster was over 2 months ago, please take advantage of that. I think it's a good time to make sure you do that before the winter months arrive, as well as your flu vaccine. We'll make sure that our mobile teams, which will be starting next week, will have that booster available in the government center. You'll see all the other facilities on the other side of the paper there. We ask you guys to help us amplify that message. All those locations will be where those boosters will be available at the various healthcare clinics throughout Fulton County. Switch to slide 12. Dr. Paxton, just a quick update on monkeypox, if you will, ma'am.
Sure. Okay. Well, as you can see here on the slide, that the pandemic continues we're now up to over 50,000 worldwide and almost 20,000 in the U.S. Here in Georgia, it's about 1,445, and about, I think this has been recently updated. I think we are like 46 or 47% of the entire state of Georgia's case counts have been here in Fulton County. We've been very diligent about getting vaccinations out and have done over 9,000, which has been over 50% of the state's vaccinations. We are administering the Jynneos vaccine at the Neighborhood Union Health Clinic on Wednesdays through Fridays and from 9 to 3. And we are now at the point where we can do it as, on a walk-in basis, although of course we always do like it when people will go ahead and make an appointment through the system link that can be found both on the Georgia Department of Public Health site and the Fulton County sites as well. I guess all that I can say is that we continue to see the same. It's mostly the same population that's affected. There's a lot of press given to a few isolated cases of monkeypox in children, but I just need to stress that over 99% of the cases that we are having now are still among MSM, and that immunosuppressive, and that is why we have put a really big emphasis on our equity initiative in terms of getting these out to the people who are most at risk. About almost 80% are men of color, and we have, in terms of, I don't see the data up here on the slide, but as I remember, we had roughly about 60. I'm sorry, it's coming up on slide 15.
Slide 15.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for not making me have to do this from memory. So as you see, figure 3 shows what are the monkeypox looks and who it's affecting. And so about 79% of the people who have monkeypox in Fulton County are African or Black or African American. But what we have also been working on very diligently is trying to get these monkeypox vaccinations out in a way that's equitable. And so, although we haven't hit the target of 79%, we're at nearly 50%, and also about, I think overall, about 80%, almost 80% of the people who who are getting the vaccine are people of color. And this hasn't gone unnoticed. Fulton got a shout out from the CDC and the White House for our equity initiatives in terms of getting vaccinations out in as equitable a way as we have been able as possible. So I just wanted to use this opportunity to give proper acknowledgement to the team that has done this to the point that we've become sort of a national model for this. So that's what I was going to talk about. I don't know, and I'm always, of course, available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton. Mr. Chairman.
All right, are there questions, commissioners? All right, no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You had a question? Yeah. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have a workforce messaging page in here that I think this is page 23. And my question would be, what exactly is the number of days that we're telling our employees they need to quarantine when they test positive. Because I had an employee contact me and say that they tested positive for almost 14 days, but they were told to come back to work after 7. So
Ken, do
what's-
you want to answer that?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. And we're talking about COVID, correct?
Yes,
Following the new CDC guidelines, if that individual has been, and it depends, you said they were positive or just exposed?
they were positive.
Early on, we said that after the 14-day window, and hopefully Dr. Paxton could correct me if I go off script, but after the 14-day window where the COVID virus has gone through the individual system, there is a potential for that individual to continue to test positive multiple times. So we early on moved away from the testing model to the time-tested model. And after that 14-day window, they were supposed to return back to work, not relying on a positive test.
They tested positive for 14 days, but they were told to come back after 7. So they were still testing positive when they were told to come back to work. So they were literally at work testing positive for an additional 7 days, which made a total of 14 days. So are you saying that they should have been quarantined for that 14 days where they were testing positive?
I guess what I was trying to say, Commissioner, is that after the normal quarantine period, which is 14 days, there's a potential for that individual to continue to test positive after that 14 days. So after the 14-day period, they would have been able to return back to work, still following the normal precautions. If they're feeling ill, then of course go back out. But if they were not feeling sick or anything like that, they would be able to perform their jobs, but still might test positive. But we moved away from the testing model early on in the COVID-19 process.
Thank you.
May I make a comment here?
Yes, please, Dr.
just-
Paxton.
Yeah, certainly. Just to clarify, what the CDC guidelines are for people who have tested positive have actually not changed for a number of months, and that is that a person who has tested positive should remain in isolation for 5 days, and then should continue. They're allowed to come out of isolation afterwards, and for the next 5 days should wear a well-fitting mask, like an N95 mask, whenever around anybody else. And the data behind this is that they have studied this pretty intensively and have found that your odds of being infectious to others are very low after 10 days. And one thing that you mentioned about people testing, I remember also that for a PCR test can remain positive for months. So we haven't used that as a return to work criteria for a while. There are some people who with a rapid test is a little bit more sensitive for showing active virus that could be transmissible. But even then, we found that there are some people, particularly people who have been vaccinated, who might continue to have a few days beyond that of a positive rapid test. But even they in those situations, when looked at, do not have high loads of virus and therefore are not really infectious. So that's why the CDC is still sticking to its recommendation of 5 days isolation, then can come out of isolation, wear a good fitting mask for an additional five days. My recommendation, of course, is I think people should be wearing masks indoors much more than they are anyway. But what I just talked about is what the official recommendation is from the CDC.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize. I meant to say this earlier to the county manager and the customer service, and also to Matt. I just wanted to openly, and to external affairs, to Jessica, we had a chance to host an African delegation, and you all just was above board. And in fact, I came looking for you to tell you thank you. And they actually reached out to me wanting to know the names of people they met because they were putting it in the international paper they had, but they really were impressed with Fulton County and us hosting the tour, and they were really, truly impressed with Matt and wanted more information about him and what he does in emergency management. So I apologize, Chairman, but I did want to openly say how proud I am of Fulton County and how proud I am of the fact that it was a very last-minute request, but you all rose to the occasion, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. If it's the interest of the group, would you like to go to the budget implications from the millage rate discussion? Or I
Yeah,
guess
so are we
before we
done
do
with-
that,
we
the
done
one
with-
question is on the 11 million to Grady. So that's another question. Would you like to see the ORCA trends? All right.
Is Mr.
He's here.
Alton Adams here? Mr. Alton.
Page 27.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I will go through this rather quickly and then happy to take any questions on the details. As the county manager indicated, we picked up the pace again in August. We had slowed a bit in July, but picked up the pace in August, and as of the 4th of September, we were at 73,000 cases remaining, so had disposed of approximately 50% of the cases that we started with at the end of last year. The next page talks to the agency progress over the last 2 weeks, and then our project to date. We here again made up a bit of ground over the last couple of weeks in a number of the areas, and project to date we continue to be at about 19,000 to the good in terms of the initial forecast that was produced, which was, as I've mentioned in the past, a linear forecast. And so as a result, we are going to have some bumpiness from a week-to-week or month-to-month perspective. The next slide talks to the cases. This breaks down the overall cases between ORCA and post-ORCA. And I'm not sure what the kind of the real big aha is, except that we continue, obviously, to add cases as it pertains to the post-ORCA. We continue to ramp up in terms of closing the cases, and not sure we can say we're building an additional backlog at this point in time, but clearly we need to continue to focus on increasing the capacity, increasing the throughput. We have a number of initiatives on the way to do that across the entire system. The next slide talks to hiring.
Yeah, you're a slide behind up here.
I'm
or
sorry.
You're a slide ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at. I was looking at my page 33, please. Great. On the hiring side, we continue to make progress. One of the things that we're a bit concerned about is we have seen an increase in attrition over the last month or so. We're doing a bit of a deep dive to find out what's really causing that. So we're looking at where are people going and why are they leaving. Some of that may have to do with what we're seeing across the overall economy and even in the government, which is that individuals are leaving for higher salaries because we continue to have a very low unemployment rate in the county and the city. But we are doing a deep dive to see if there's some things that we need to do to make sure that we retain the individuals that have joined. We continue to have challenges with the sheriff and the marshal in terms of recruiting and retaining individuals. The next slide talks to some of the things that we continue to focus on as part of continuous improvement. As I mentioned, we really are focused on finding ways to accelerate and improve the throughput of the system. We are working on triaging various cases. In some cases, focusing on in one instance, focusing on cases where we have individuals in the jail as a priority. As I mentioned before, we have a courtroom management system that we're utilizing to increase the capacity of our footprint to allow us to have more cases. We've talked about the additional Zoom rooms that have been added and are now calendared fully. We are continuing to have evening hearings, and the solicitor has a general diversion night court that he has aggressively been employing as part of his diversion effort. The next couple of slides show individual performance or performance by individual judges, Superior Court judges. The slide 35 talks to the detainees by judge. As you know, we are very focused on the jail population, which continues to be at a very high level. And this just gives you a sense for the detainees by judge. The next slide talks to the number of disposed cases by Superior Court judge. And then we have the same data in the following page 37 and page 37 for state court disposed cases. In terms of risk and impact to our ability to continue to make progress, obviously the increase in violent crime means that we will have more individuals being taken to the Fulton County Jail. That has an impact on the population. Increased violent charges means that the cases will in fact be more complex and longer. That has an impact on our ability to reduce the average length of stay. I have mentioned the challenge in terms of recruiting uniformed officers. That continues to be a problem and a challenge for us, not only for ORCA, but across the system. And while we have seen a bit of a mitigation as it pertains to COVID, we're still very focused on that because of the environment that we're in at the jail. So that continues to be a priority for NAFCARE and for the individuals at the jail. So that's a quick summary. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Vice Chair Houseman, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 31, where we're talking about the caseloads and how if we're keeping up with our targets, it looks like in almost every category, we're still making progress except for one, which is the district attorney. That's actually is further behind now than 2 weeks ago. Can you just speak to that, please?
Yeah, I think the actual 2-week variance, the good news is, if there's any, is that the 2-week variance for the DA seems to be narrowing a bit. But program to date, it is still the area that is in the red where we need to focus on. So what are we doing? A couple of things. One, the district attorney is working closely with the public defender to identify cases that might, in fact, be moved faster and to work on prioritizing those cases. And they meet every 2 weeks to discuss those cases. The DA has a big focus on looking at some of the juvenile cases that, in fact, account for some of the negative variance. And so there is a big priority, not only in overall cases, but specifically in the cases that are in the jail. There is a priority being placed on the level of indicted, unindicted individuals in the jail, which is perhaps the most significant concern for us at this point in time. And so big focus on that. She's very aware of it, and she has a number of her senior people working on making sure we move the numbers as fast as we can.
All right, good, because obviously that's an important cog in the wheel that could cause problems other places, so.
Absolutely.
And then while we're on this subject, do you have any update on the negotiations with Atlanta over ACDC?
As you know, when the resolution was passed by the council, and then the BOC passed the resolution 2 weeks ago, the next step was for the Justice Policy Board to meet and to basically lay out the specific requirements for the jail data analysis. That meeting is going to happen on Monday at 11:30. It's being chaired by Judge McBurney. He has a counterpart from the city who is a co-chair, and they're going to be meeting in a special session, going to define what that data requirement is. We've already started to pull together some of the data. We expect that we have about 70 to 80% of it already. And so it's just a question of how we're going to format it and then add what additional requirements are going to be come out of that. So our hope and expectation, Commissioner Hausman, is that we get some clarity on exactly what's being required on Monday, and we can start working on it post-haste. Expect that once we get that defined, it will take us a week to 2 weeks to be able to pull the data together.
And so are we working on examining the building to see what sort of needs that it may have that we have to address in the interim?
I don't believe, based on the discussions we've had, that we're going to have to do anything to the building at all. Obviously, Sheriff Labatt knows that building better than anyone, given his years as the chief jailer there. But it's my understanding that that it is in, I guess, move-in condition. It's really, I think, that the big impetus for us right now is to figure out what the move details are going to be, how we're going to do it, the timing, and then to work out some of the logistics about meals and healthcare and the like, given the fact that we're going to be moving to a different facility.
Well, I agree with that, but again, trust but verify. And, you know, I don't know which areas of the building we plan to occupy. I know those details that have to be worked out. So I'm just hoping that we can do both tracks at the same time.
We will
so
not.
that we
I'll follow up with.
don't have a delay
Agreed.
unnecessarily.
Agreed. I'll make a point of. I'll follow up with Sheriff Labatt and see if he needs any help from us, quite frankly, in terms of ascertaining whether there's some things that we need to do or need to ask for before we start to move.
All right, and the meeting on Monday, is that a public meeting or a closed meeting?
That's a good question. I'm not part of that board. I'll defer to the county manager. He is part of the board, and I believe Commissioner Rockman is as well.
If you could just let us know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been asked to meet with the DA and judges, many of those who participate in this ORCA project. And what has been consistent in those meetings is them telling me that we are not getting a comprehensive case backlog of information to really understand the seriousness of the backlog that they're having to take care of. And I'll use the DA as an example. In these numbers, do we include the number of unindicted cases that the DA's office had prior to the ORCA project being implemented?
Well, ORCA includes cases that go back to, I want to say, 2015. So it's all the cases that would have been impacted, would have been brought forward during the 2.5 years of the pandemic. So what I will say respectfully is that the thing with numbers, right, is our focus is on having one single version of what we call one version of the truth that reflects our best understanding and our best analysis when it comes to looking at Odyssey. And I've had discussions with the judges. In fact, when you say judges, I'm not quite sure, because we have a steering committee. Judge Brash is on that committee. So is Judge Edline. So is Judge Kirk. They haven't expressed to me any concerns about the numbers. I know the DA has an issue with some of the numbers. I have a call with her. We have a meeting with her in person at 4 o'clock today to review some of her concerns about that. But at this point in time, I think what we have are numbers that really reflect kind of where we are. To the extent that we can, based on the data that comes out of Odyssey.
Okay,
but if I can, but to your question, we continue to refine it because we learn all the time, right? So, for example, one of the things we learned in talking to the DA was that there may be some cases in juvenile court that they've closed out in JCATS, but we haven't closed out in Odyssey because we work on 2 different systems. So that's one of the things we're going to meet on this afternoon to see if we have some inconsistencies. So what we're learning as we go through this is there's always pieces of data that we have to kind of refine because we're learning, right? This is new in terms of the type of data that we're pulling together, and certainly the magnitude of the database that we're dealing with.
Absolutely. So what it appears is that you have to look at the entire business process and do business process re-engineering based on that. and that will capture all of the case numbers because, for example, in the DA's situation, she inherited tens of thousands or I think it was tens of thousands of unindicted cases from the prior DA. And we want to make sure we're capturing all of that. And then the other concern that was brought forward to me was that ORCA will end and they are afraid of losing their ORCA employees, and that's going to leave them short-staffed and put them back in a critical situation once again where they will ramp up in their caseloads.
And to that question, we have.
Bless you.
I think we've in working with finance and with the steering committee, have indicated that we're going to extend that period into 2024. We're working on the details of that right now, because it involves some. We won't be able to extend all positions, and it probably doesn't make sense to extend all the positions. So we're trying to work through some of those details. And in fact, I know we had a meeting with finance this week to kind of nail that down. So I think the recommendation is that yes, we're going to extend the spend to 2024. The question is, does it go to December? Does it go to August? And we have to do the analysis to figure out, quite frankly, when that money runs out.
Great, that's good to hear. And then in looking at the hiring progress, page 33, I consistently notice that the DA's hiring progress is higher than everyone else's departments and offices. And so I asked her, what did she do differently from the others? And she said she goes beyond what our HR department does by posting her positions on Indeed and LinkedIn and all of those job employment websites that we don't post on, and that's how she's more successful in hiring. So I say that to say that our HR department should look at expanding their reach in employment opportunity, in advertising the employment opportunities.
And we've had discussions with Kenneth. I know that his team broadly, not just for ORCA, but is using LinkedIn, is using some very targeted sites so that we can, in fact, get after and do a better job of recruiting. So not only are we doing it for ORCA, but we're doing it in cases like IT and others where we have some very specialized skills that we've had a hard time in recruiting. So I think that's changed. I think historically, given the environment we're in, we probably were very focused on posting jobs and people would come to us. I think over the last 6 months or so, we've been a lot more proactive in getting after and going after and using some of these sites to identify and try to be proactive in identifying people and reaching out to them.
Great, thank you. Job well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for raising that issue about expanding our reach when we're looking for employees. I think we've said many, many times that we need to start thinking outside the box and be a little bit more aggressive with our recruitment. So I appreciate you raising that one more time. And Mr. Alton, just to kind of refresh my memory, when we were developing the ORCA plan, we did a lot of conversations with our agency partners on what it would take to get caught up. Is that correct? What they would need, how many resources and personnel and whatever that they would need, correct?
Two things. We looked at historically what it took to, how many cases we could get through in a year based on the capacity that we had. And then secondly, to your question, Commissioner, we did have discussions with every one of the agencies about resources. And so in most cases, what you're seeing is that in most cases, we actually allocated more people than they've been able to hire and utilize. So it's not a supply issue in terms of dollars. It's really about being able to get these resources on board and to keep them. And what we didn't appreciate at the time was how difficult the labor market would be overall. So whether it be for sworn officers, whether it be for public defenders, whether it be for nurses, right? We know we have a challenge in hiring and retaining people. And what we're seeing in ORCA is a microcosm of that overall challenge.
Well, and we all can appreciate how difficult it is to find good people. I guess the point is that at the time that we allocated the money, we knew what the backlog was or what the current caseload in every area was, and that was what we were trying to address. So it wasn't that if it happened before March of 2020, it wasn't included. All that was included, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you. Mr. Manager, what is next?
I think just going sequentially, it would be looking, there's really nothing new. Let me first, before I say that, in emergency rental assistance, does anyone have any questions about the allocation that we'll get from Cobb and path forward with that?
Don't see any.
All right. In the COVID's Recovery Funds Plan, page 41, there's nothing new there because we've not done any reallocation. The question before you would be, and the recommendation would be to go ahead and release to Grady the $11 million allocated in advance of us receiving FEMA reimbursements.
So what we had approved was that we would do that once we receive the FEMA reimbursement. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the latest we've heard on that?
Let me ask Matt to give you a little bit of inside baseball on that.
And then Commissioner Ellis.
I'm not sure how much inside baseball I can offer on that. The good thing is that we have actually put a couple packages together. It has received FEMA approval, so right now it's back in the state process. Just to give everyone a quick update of how it works, normally we either expend funds and seek reimbursement, or one of the things that you can do is do an expedited package. We did an expedited package for what we did for Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Also, we did an expedited package for the last quarter of last year, plus the first 2 quarters of this year. That went through the FEMA review process, has been approved by FEMA. It then goes back to the state for the state to actually cut the check and give it to the government that is requesting it. So right now we have received FEMA approval. It's back in the state's hands. We'll have to do the drawdown and actually cut the check and do that reimbursement to the county. So if you're asking, do I have a check in hand to Ms. Whitmore? No, I do not, but we're in a place where FEMA has done all the approvals, and we just need to go ahead and go through this administrative process at this time.
So we can assume then that we're talking to the state about our urgent needs that we have?
Yes, ma'am. We have expressed that to them. It seems like it's transitioning from one department to another who will be actually cutting this check. It did set with one department as moving back to the Georgia Emergency Management Agency department to actually do the drawdowns and check cutting. So there has been about an 8-week delay in that process as they're doing this transition. They understand their urgency and they're trying to work towards that, but we are stuck in this little bit of a situation where once again, it's transferring from one department to the other.
Well, perhaps that'll open up soon.
Hopefully so, ma'am.
Commissioner Ellis.
So what is what's the total amount of FEMA reimbursement we are awaiting, and then is it that total number different than the number that you are referring to?
I'd have to go back and
Wait,
actually
with
look
the
at
state.
those different packages, sir, to be able to give
Okay.
that to you. Mr. Oshikawa, do you have that in front of you by chance? I don't have those notes in front of me.
I have the report from August 30th. That's the last report. It looks like we have several different applications in several different phases. The expedited application that Matt referenced for the last quarter of 2021, first 2 quarters of 2022, our total cost estimate was $14.2 million. We requested half of that upfront, which is roughly 7.1, and that would be the amount that we're waiting reimbursement on relative to that. If we go back to previous applications, the application that we submitted for some carryover costs that were related to 2020, that was $1.9 million. That application has been fully submitted. All of the back and forth, I think, has been completed, so we're waiting on reimbursement for that one as well. Q1 pending funding of $3.7 million. This is Q1 of 2021, pending funding of $3.7 million. 2021, the Mercedes-Benz, I think we have a little over 500,000 that we're still waiting on reimbursement for there. Otherwise, we've received full reimbursement for all of the costs that we incurred there. We've just submitted an application, finalized the application for Q2 of 2021. That was 5.3 million. So that one I wouldn't expect reimbursement on anytime soon. And I believe that's all that we have actually submitted completed applications on at this point. Did I miss anything, Hakeem?
No, you got it. You got
Yeah,
everything.
that's about it.
We do a bi-weekly meeting with the finance team, and that was the packet that Ms. Whitmore was referencing in those particular areas. So we actually are in the process of opening for Q3 of this year, and then Q4 will be the one after that, and then the reimbursement period for the federal government will cease at that point, and we would have to look at ARPA dollars to continuing whatever operation we need to through this particular fight.
And just if I could get, just maybe for all our edification, if you could get sort of a true number for what we have outstanding and what's sort of been sought and what's yet to be submitted. I think
We can do that. We can summarize it.
On the issue of go ahead and releasing the funds for Grady, not, kind of removing the restriction on the FEMA reimbursement. I guess you've added some color about when we might receive what I just heard was 7.1 of that. Is that really the bucket that we're waiting here?
7.1 is for the largest application. That's one half of the cost
Is this
associated
one where we're
with.
waiting on somebody to figure out who's supposed to write the check?
Yes, yes, sir.
Which department, which acronym?
Yes, sir.
Going on?
Yes, sir. Okay. And the 500,000 for the Mercedes-Benz, the Community Vaccination Center.
Yeah.
Do we have, in terms of just looking at our run rate of cost on, for ORCA, which I guess that's sort of the main continual item, right, in terms of that we're funding out of ARPA. I mean, that's sort of just steady week to week because of personnel stuff, as well as sort of the cash on hand we have related to ARPA. Do we have sufficient funds to go ahead and make the release to Grady?
From a cash flow perspective, yes, sir.
Okay. Reflecting this week, I mean, with the announcement about the AMC facility, I think the one thing that I think the most important thing we can do in terms of response to that is ensure the stability of Grady. I mean, that's our obligation. We jointly own the facility through the authority. And I think the work that we've done there to ensure its stability is a lot of times probably goes underappreciated. Sometimes people don't like it, but I think what you heard what the announcement coming from last week, I think it reinforced certainly the importance of the role we play with Grady. So I would personally go ahead and move that we remove the FEMA restrictions off that and go ahead and reimburse and provide the $11 million of funding. It was 11, right? To go ahead and release that to Grady so that gives him that extra bit, any extra bit of financial stability. I think it would be helpful. That's my motion.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Do you still want to be heard?
I just want to thank Commissioner Ellis for what he just said, because over this Labor Day weekend and being at so many events, and people really, really hurt and disappointed about the closing of the Atlanta Medical Center, and especially after Wellstar closed the hospital in East Point, everyone was saying we need to make sure that we support Grady Hospital. And so what you said is right in line with what the constituency has been asking for, and I appreciate that.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Manager.
Yes, sir. The last item is Sharon and Hakeem have prepared a brief summary of what we think the implications are from the millage rate decision that was made in the last meeting to give you again, a good running start at what we need to be thinking about for 2023 from a budget perspective as we prepare a submission to you, but then also actions that you perhaps want to consider earlier than that to give us more cushion as we go into 2023. Because as you'll see, when you really get a little bit deeper into these numbers, it's going to be very tight. It will require us doing some things that we have not done in some period of time in terms of expense controls, being a lot more disciplined. And there is really no room for new initiatives. So this is really about trying to take what we have today and have it fit inside of a revenue projection for next year. So, Mr. Chairman, if your pleasure, we
Thank
have
you.
that
I think
document in front of you.
This is going to be a good exercise because we will have a finite amount of money with which to operate, and it's impossible for us to fund everything that we're being asked to fund. Y'all hear me say constantly, it's easy to say yes to constituents, but very difficult to say no. But this, I think, is going to force us to be a lot more disciplined as we move forward. And it's particularly important with, obviously, we'll have at least one new member next year. And we don't know what to expect. We know what we had here sometimes. But seriously, I think that this is a good exercise for us, and I would hope that everybody will pay attention to what's going to be presented this afternoon. I'm sorry. Just a minute.
I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just also want to add, and it'll force us to negotiate about lost even better, because we need the funding to cover programs and services to continue to offer the best in the state of Georgia, which is what we're known to do. Countywide, that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually going to let Hakeem walk you through the slides that are in the deck, if we could get the deck pulled back up on the screen.
Hi, Commissioners.
You going to come to the
Are we ready?
podium?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
You coming to the podium? You want to do it from there?
I can do it from here.
You sure?
I have my shoe on, Mr. Chairman. I do have my shoes on. No flip-flop. Okay. So just to remind the commissioners, at the last BOC meeting, you took action to reduce roll back a millage rate from 9.33 to 8.87 mils. That represents close to about half a mil. And the impact of that is a reduction to potential revenue for 2022 by $32 million. And then in turn, we are also, okay, let me just go over this presentation as it's been presented now. I thought I was just going to speak through the presentation, but I'll go over each slide. So this particular slide that we have on here is showing what was approved for 2022 in our budget, and then what we have projected that the spending and the revenue will be for 2022. This is at the 8.87 mils property tax rate approved by the board. As I mentioned before, we went from 9.33 to 8.87. At the last meeting, if you remember, we presented a projected expenses of $832 million was what we projected, leaving us with underrun of $25 million. Now with some items that the board already approved, with us putting those items against the $25 million underrun that we projected last time, and those items total about $17 million. They're right there to the right of the screen that we're looking at here. We're setting aside million for the consolidated warehouse. The board had initially approved this warehouse earlier this year, and this is the additional amount that we're going to need to be able to complete the transaction. Actually, it was approved last year. Then the next item there is senior transportation. The board did approve that this year. We're going to need $2.5 million more to complete funding for the program for the remainder of 2022. Facility security, that's actually physical security of our facilities. From the estimate received from the chief, we need another $1.4 million. This was a contract that the board approved earlier as well. And then the last item there is the funding for Atlanta Technical Driving School for $500,000. That was approved last time, I believe 2 or 3 meetings ago by the board. That would be for $500,000. So all in all those items come out to $17 million. And then we added them to the 832 that we projected last time. So on the run that we're projecting now for the year is $8 million. Now, it doesn't mean that this is what we're truly going to end up with. And that is part of the discussion that we want to have with the board today, because there are certain things that we can do this year to improve our financial situation going towards the end of the year, which will also help us out in 2023. So can we go to the next slide, please? So this next slide is showing what the impact of that reduction is from 9.33 to 8.87. There's $32 million that we would have been able to receive this year if that rate was approved. So we're not going to receive that. Also, by us not having that revenue, it actually reduces our base revenue for 2023 as well, because if we had maintained that 9.33, that would have been a new base rate and then base amount for 2023, but being that it was reduced for this year, and we are assuming the same rate for 2023, unless the board gives us a direction that there will be a millage rate increase that might be considered for 2023. Then if we don't have that guidance from you, then we have to assume that we're losing that $32 million. So the 32 that we're losing this year plus the 32 that we will have had to have as part of our base in 2023, when you combine both of them, it's a total reduction of available resources of $64 million in 2023. On our expenditure side, we pretty much showing you what I just covered in the first slide, which is the $25 million that we projected, and then the $16.9 million that we're going to be spending out of that 25 to leave us with the $8 million. Our fund balance is going to be reduced. We're going to be using $96 million of our fund balance if we end the year as we've projected. And the reason for that is this. We started the year with $250 million. We're now projecting that we're going to end the year with $154 million if everything stays the same as we've projected. I have to keep on, emphasizing that. So if everything stays the same as we've projected, we will be using $96 million of our fund balance to balance the budget in 2022. Next slide, please. So going to 2023, we will start the year with $154 million. Our revenue will be $771. Now that revenue is going up, but it's just not going up as much as it could have if that 9.33 millage rate was what was approved. Because for this year we're projecting $753 million of revenue. Now we're picking up another $18 million to go to 771. So the 771 million plus the 154 is giving us available resources of 925. Our base budget in 2022 is $857 million. That's what the current year-based budget is. There are some unavoidable items that we are aware of that we'll need to add to that base budget in 2023. And all of those items come out to about $25 million. The 25 plus the 857 is $882 million. This is what we consider our new, or what we projected our new budget for 2023 will be. And this amount is before we receive any new request from departments for the 2023 budget. The departments submitted their request last Friday. We have not had a chance to go through that to determine what the impact of us not funding those items will be in 2023. But so right now, we're just working with what is known to us so that we'll be able to present the board with some picture of what we're seeing and what we think the impact will be on the 2023 budget. Our projected end of the year fund balance, which is $44 million, and that amount comes from the 925 available resources less the $882 million of spending that we are projecting for 2023. And we are required to have, according to the resolution, the fund balance reserve resolution of 16.67 of our expenses. That will mean that we need to have $147 million in fund balance to be able to maintain that 16.67% requirement. So the difference between the two, the $147 million that is required and the $44 million that we've projected, if everything remains the same as being presented to you today, will result in a shortfall of $103 million. Next slide, please. So we are presenting the board with certain things that could be done to help us in mitigating this shortfall that we're looking at for 2023. And one of the items, the first one there is increase in our local option sales tax collection. And the amount that we're going to be able to collect for 2023 is yet to be determined. As you all know, there's ongoing negotiation with the municipalities in Fulton County, and we hope that by the time we get to October, November, or maybe December, which is pretty much the last month to make a decision, we will know what we'll be able to include in the budget for 2023. The next item there is the tired increment. We've estimated about $50 million that we have. We're going out in tired. This amount, with the existing tires that we have, we can look for ways to restructure. It's going to involve us contacting some consultants or attorneys to look into the existing agreements that we have and figure out how we can roll back some of the funding provisions that we've allowed the cities to have as part of the TAD. Then the other thing that we're recommending is a moratorium on new TAD commitments. We can put a stop into it. And by the way, just to go back to the second item there that I talked about on the TAD, if we don't take everything back on those TAD, we can restructure them, because right now they're like 100% increment. So what that means is any increase that we have within those TAD districts, any increase that we have in the property, in the digest, those increases go to the city. Nothing comes to the county. If we had a 50-50 split, then that would have been a 50% going to the cities and then 50% of that increase coming to the county, which will minimize the impact. At least if we're able to do that, we're estimating this to be $50 million in total. That would mean that you get another $25 million if we can do that. Then the other item is the credit card fee waiver, which was approved by the board in 2020. It is costing us $12 million every year, to waive the credit card fee for those taxpayers that are using their credit card to make payment on, make payment with their credit cards. So if we can waive that, it will give us $12 million. At the time that this item was approved by the board, I believe it was supposed to be about $3 million, but it has really ballooned up to this amount that we are showing on the screen. Or we can consider a millage rate increase. Every 1/10 of a mill will generate about $6 million. On the expense side, we can look towards implementing hiring freeze on all positions and also institute other spending control measures. We estimated that, if we do that from September 14, we can save about $12.7 million in 2022, and then $47 million in 2023. We can defer planned compensation actions, including the mid-year COLA that was presented to you at the last BOC meeting. We can also defer the phase 2 key classifications, and then the 2023 pay for performance bonus, all for a total of $20.8 million. Also, no funding for new programs or expansion of existing programs in 2023. So it will be a status quo budget that we're going to have for that year. We can also apply historical average. We looked at our 10-year spending pattern, and we've always spent 94-95% of our budget. If we don't have new programs and we don't expand existing programs, if we just take that 882 that was shown at the previous screen and just apply that 94-95% percentage to that to determine what the budget amount will be, that is also something that's feasible, but it's going to involve, a reduction to our department's budget from where we are today in order for us to be able to accomplish that. And then we can also say that we will not be funding any 2022 non-recurring expenditures in 2023. That would be about $46 million that we've estimated. And I think I have a list of all those non-recurring items that will be considered for this option. Next slide, please. So we're giving you options here to close the gap of $103 million. One option, which we titled option A, is to implement the hiring freeze in 2023. That would generate $47 million, and credit card fee waiver, that would be $12 million. It will still leave us with a projected deficit of $44 million, but that projected deficit could be covered with the options. It could be covered with local option sales tax or increase to the millage rate. Option B is defer all planned compensation actions, no funding of non-recurring expenditures in 2023. And then also that will still leave us with a deficit, and that deficit can be covered with the same funding option that we have for option A. And then the list of the non-recurring items that we are recommending or suggesting for consideration not to fund in 2023 are listed at the bottom of the screen. Next slide, please. I think the next slide is with us getting the guidance from the board on what we would need to do for 2023, and also the implementation of hiring freeze and other spending control for 2022. That ends the presentation, and we'll take any question that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that was a very succinct, clear statement of where we are and what our options are going forward. So beginning with Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yeah, we didn't really get this till late yesterday, so I don't know how well people had a chance to look at something that's kind of this important, so certainly wouldn't be expecting us to make any major decisions necessarily coming out of this, given the importance of it, but I'll offer a few thoughts, just in terms of some reactions to some of it. Number one, I do think, you know, one of the things that's important for us to look at, you know, principally is certainly the, you know, our top line revenue. And this thing sort of shifted over time. I know we're in the loss negotiations. I think important thing for people to understand that that's only making up about 2% of the revenue that we generate right now. And we're very heavily property tax dependent. I think Sharon or Ms. Whitmore, I think it's 85%, right? If I did my math right in terms of our budget setup, we're about 85% dependent on our general fund for property tax revenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, contrast that with a lot of other jurisdictions that are more like 50%. So, you know, we're very heavily dependent upon that source. So, thus the importance of the loss proceeds, which used to be at one level up until 2017 and then dropped. I mean, that's, if I did my math right, that's probably about $156 million in revenue over that period of time that would have been flowing into the county general fund based upon the original negotiated agreement that didn't make its way in. So certainly that's important. You know, we say TADS, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit before. You know, this sort of gets into the level of esoteric, which I don't think a lot of times our taxpayers really understand, but people are paying county taxes. They think they're coming to the county, but in some cases, they're actually going into a tax allocation district to fund projects that have nothing to do within the county, within that tax allocation district, like the Beltline, like Atlantic Station, et cetera, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
And so there are other participants in that as well, or it can be. There can be cities and schools and us, but for purposes of county taxes right now, you're saying we are approaching about $50 million of what would be funds coming into the county general fund or being paid directly into a tax allocation district.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. You know, I mean, I think it's good to call this out, but really the question is not calling it out, it's what to do about it. And I've asked about it before, so I'll just say my direction is I would like to see a plan for when we can begin to take steps to reduce what we've got going into this, because it's heavy, and then it's certainly in some of the jurisdictions it's much more than what it should be. So I guess I'm looking for more some direction from you all about what steps we can take. If that's instituting a moratorium on future stuff, what does it involve that we do? You know, I guess we had a chance to take action on one of them last week or whatever, a couple of weeks ago. We did another one, but so I'm interested in a plan on that. You know, best I could tell in terms of paying my own bills online and all that sort of stuff, that we're the only jurisdiction that's doing a credit card fee waiver. And I guess we're probably even eating the lunch, so to speak, for the other jurisdictions that we collect for.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So when the tax commissioners collecting for schools and all that, then for the city of Atlanta, or city of Johns Creek, city of Sandy Springs, then we're eating the waiver of the cost. What do we need to do to end it? I mean, it's a convenience, but you know, in terms of consistency with other local governments and you know decisions and so forth. I mean, to me, I mean this, you know, terms of generation of revenue, it's the only thing on this page that's potentially immediate that could take place. And certainly, given our 85% dependence on property taxes, I think the last bullet point, the millage rate increase, should be the absolute last thing considered. So what do we need to do to take action on that fourth bullet point under revenue enhancements?
Commissioner, I believe it was approved via a resolution, if I'm not mistaken, and if that is the
Okay.
case, then we'll probably just need to do another
Revocation
resolution
of that resolution?
Yeah.
Okay.
To end that.
Okay.
And that's only going to increase, as I understand it.
Well, I mean, we were told that, the feeling was that on the basis of negotiating fees down and all that sort of stuff, that it was going to average around 3. And now it's up to this number. So, anyway, I mean, I think that needs to be probably the most actionable thing on this page in terms of could be done. We need to look at that. And then all right, so you told me what I need to know on that. We can follow up. On the expense mitigation, I have a sort of a couple of things, and I'll start with the last bullet point, which you can go to those lists of non-recurring items. I guess in terms of, incremental jail overcrowding and all that sort of stuff, I mean, that's largely, I guess, contingent upon whether the jail's overcrowded, right? And what did we spend? I know we've got a number in there this year, but what have we functionally spent in addition to the sheriff's budget and so forth? Is it even approximated that number, or are we sort of been able to fund this largely through the sheriff's budget and underruns in terms of staff costs and some other things?
Commissioner, we do have $14.6 million in the budget for 2022. So
Right.
our thinking or plan was to bump that up to $46 million in 2023.
Say that again?
Our plan was to bump that amount up to $46 million in 2023, based on information received initially from Mr. Adams. So if we decide to maintain that $14.6 million, then, we can shave off that $32 million.
Well, I mean, it's only non-recurring if the prisoner population goes down. I mean, we have to house the inmates.
Well, that's part of...
Right. So, I mean, I guess sort of it's, give us a realistic budget number, I guess, versus just, picking a super large number. It's not non-recurring if we have overcrowding and we have to house people, right? So whatever that number is, I mean, but to sort of phrase this as whatever, anyway.
Commissioner, we can go back and look at that number very well, but we do think that we might be able to at least shave off some amount of that $46 million.
So your original thinking may have been high, and the number may can come down. That might be a better way to look at it, I guess.
Yes.
So, all right. So that's one on that page. I don't know what, in terms of what we were thinking we were going to do relative to video surveillance and hardening of access points. But if those are things that need to be done, I'm not really all that keen on saying that that's something that should be deferred. I think the safety and security of our, the stuff that we're entrusted to, our employees, the public, et cetera, is a priority. And so if this is we could cut cost thing, I don't necessarily, or if this is just, I don't know, is this why is this a nice to have, I guess, would be my question on that. So I would question whether that's non-recurring. You know, the third one, you know, I think that is something that's potentially non-recurring. And then, you know, concept of removing, you know, funds for school-based therapy when something we just talked about earlier related to the mental health, and try to classify, you know, providing mental health services to youth as non-recurring. That's a joke. Get that off this page. You know, that's part of what we're doing with mental health services, and get it in the budget. So that's, to me, that's where I start on that bottom part. What's missing for me, I think certainly the fourth bullet point down, you have the applying the historical average spending percentage of 94%. You know, that makes a lot of sense. We have underruns and that sort of stuff each year. Somehow we need to do a better job of probably factoring that in and coming up with a way to consider that. So I think that's certainly something that makes some relative sense. The third bullet point, obviously in terms of new programs and so forth, given what we're looking at, that makes some sense. You know, what you're, you know, considering all comp options, I think on an intellectual level certainly makes some sense. We certainly don't need to commit ourselves to certain things that we can't pay for. But I'm not, you know, whether a full hiring freeze on all positions makes sense, or whether that's looked at in some sort of other vein and putting some sort of potential, you know, kind of budgetary figure on that of, you know, that we should consider makes some sense. What I see missing from here is, and I think we need some relook at, and I would encourage you all to relook at, is are there opportunities with, I would say, more in administrative areas and service areas, and that could even be administrative components of service areas, whether that's HR, finance, legal, whether that's even Board of Commissioners expenditures. You know, things like we had an item that came before us earlier, which we held, was really more of a strategy item, a survey. You know, I mean, those are the kind of things that, you know, well, you know, I ain't voting for something that's removing school-based therapy and it's keeping a survey we're going to call up people about. That's for darn sure. So, you know, I think that there are those kind of value things that we need to look at. And whether there are, you know, specific sort of capital things, you know, that are, where are we at with our capital budget, and what will we plan to do with that relative to some of the constraints that we have here. And last, you know, the other thing that I think that it's worth looking at and thinking about, given some of the stuff that we are dealing with, and this, you know, probably principally applies to kind of one of those first items we were talking about, on whether it was non-recurring or not, would be the jail overcrowding. Is, you know, look, we've got American Rescue Plan money. I know that there are funds that's supposed to allocated in certain categories, but we've got certain categories that we've allocated to that we've not really expended a lot of dollars on that probably need to be revisited. But, you know, jail overcrowding, certainly one of the causes of this is the COVID effect in the operation of our court system. So, you know, I think, you know, we possibly need to consider, you know, or we should consider some potential, you know, reallocation of ARPA funds to potentially address some of those components that we're dealing with in terms of, you know, expense drivers and impacts in 2023. So that's all I have to offer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, when we voted, and what I put forth was pretty much a happy medium of taking it to 9 meals. this is what you consequently call where the rubber meets the road. When I look at the credit card waiver, I'm wondering if that will allow or likely affect our 96% collection rate. I think about the individuals that are paying with the credit card that may delay it if that amount makes a difference. At the end of the day, and this is Commissioner Khadijah's opinion, we sat here and we voted on contracts that require increases. In my household, I can't speak for anybody else, but everything from my internet to my water bill to my security bill, everything went up. Everything. Nothing went down. Nobody gave me a rollback. Nobody said, hey, you know, your franchise fee is going down. Everything went up. And so I'm concerned, especially how the waiver will affect our collection rate. I agree with Commissioner Ellis about the therapy. You know, we're talking about housing more folks instead of getting more folks out. And so now we have tasked our county manager and our CFO and everyone to go and make the changes because we, for whatever reason, everybody has their own opinion, but everything is going up. Everything is going up. Everything has gone up. And sometimes we make decisions up here based on everything other than what we should be making it on, which is the reality is that we're going to have some cuts that we just are going to have to take. And we're going to have to explain some things to our constituents why we can't do certain things. But when we're talking about making priorities in some areas as opposed to others, when we're talking about instituting the credit card feedback, a happy medium was the 9 meals. Now, we can't cry, well, I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. But I would be remiss if I didn't say this is where the rubber meets the road. We sit here and we look at contracts where people are saying, I can no longer do transportation at this price. I have to do it at a higher price. I can no longer do this or that. We can't. We've got more people back at work now, which means we've got more invoices, which means we have to look at the increased labor costs and other costs. But when it comes to being based in reality, everything is going up. And now we're going to have to look at projects that all of us want. And some of those projects may not make it in, or some of those projects may be decreased. And so I would just ask that all of my colleagues take that into consideration, because this has come upon us quicker than I realized. That we've got to do something, and whatever action we take will have a reaction. I don't want our collection rate to drop down below 96%. But I also don't want someone to defer paying their taxes because the difference in using the credit card versus paying it any other way could make a difference. So I think we should just sometimes look at the reality of everything that's happening in today's society and make decisions based on that as opposed to politics. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, other comments, other questions? Anything else? All right, thank you for and I guess you got some direction from, based upon some of the comments that were made, but it's my sense that an increase in the millage rate is off the table. So I don't think you can count on that. That means that everything else, I guess, will be before us. So anything else? All right, anything else, Madam Clerk? And we'll continue this, I'm sure. I know that there are some department heads going to be coming with $25, $30, $40 million increases. Where the money's coming from, I have no earthly idea. But it's certainly not coming from a millage rate increase, as I understand it from talking with you privately. So no other matters to come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability. Please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.